Welcome back into the Rounding Third podcast. We got Harrison tonight. How we doing, Harrison?
Awesome. How we doing, Nick?
Good. Thought we'd come back on. We took last night off. Yankees win, so we get another day of baseball. So hopefully we're not the bad luck being live when they're playing. But so far so good. The Yankees jump up. Judge finally gets off the schneid here and hits an opposite field home run. 2-0, and then Jazz gets one right after that solo shot, absolute bomb. So Yankees up 3-0, bottom of the top of the second now.
Yeah, you could say that it might have been strategic on our part to not come on until after the first inning and let the Yankees get off to a good start. Right. Now we can come on and jinx them. I don't know.
Yeah. So thought we'd come on, be live while we're watching this game, see if the Yankees can get it back to LA, but.
Cole looks like vintage Cole.
Yep, and Flaherty doesn't look. He looks like the Jekyll.
He looks like typical Jack Flaherty. In every series, he gets one good start and one bad start.
Yeah.
This is the bad one. He can't beat you twice because he's just not. He's not quite at that level, but he's got streaky good stuff.
Yeah. So we'll see what happens, but. On a good note for Yankees fans, Freddie Freeman did not hit a 2-run homer in the first inning, so there's that.
Yeah, I basically told Nick, I said, hey, I'm going to be a few minutes late, but don't worry, Freddie Freeman will hit a home run for you to watch while you wait.
Yeah, it's absolutely insane.
It just feels like that's what he does.
Yeah.
But so you got Muncy up here, 0 for 12 in the series. That's a rough go. Oh. And takes a fastball right over the plate for strike 3. Max Muncy doing what Max Muncy does, hits 185.
Yeah, I mean, this is the right spot for the Yankees for Garrett Cole.
Yep.
If you can somehow get this, and then it's a series again. Yankees
it's at least interesting.
Yeah. I mean, 3-2 going back to LA. I mean. Anything can happen in a 3-game series like that.
It can. I mean, and those first 3 games were brutal. Last night they finally woke up. Tonight they've come out really hot again. I mean, the Yankees are one of those teams that if they can get, if you get Judge hitting, the bottom of the lineup last night was incredible. We'll get into last night's game here in a little bit, but bottom of the lineup was incredible for them last night. If you get the bottom of the lineup hitting and you finally get Judge to wake up, they could easily rip off 4 straight wins on you. It's just it is an uphill battle. They've got a lot of work to do.
Yeah, absolutely. But last night's game and what we've seen in the first inning was what we thought this Yankees lineup was going to be. Maybe not to that extent of an offensive onslaught with 11 runs they scored last night, but like we expected higher scoring games out of both these teams. Like I was saying going in, I'm expecting 8-6. 10-8, like stuff like games like that. And we just hadn't seen it out of the Yankees, but hopefully their bats have woken up and they can make this a series like all the hype was living up to before the series even started.
Yeah, agreed. And I think it's worth noting that the Yankees are not built to win low scoring games.
Right.
That bullpen is not designed to be holding a lot of high leverage leads. That starting staff is good, but it's not untouchable. That lineup is really what carries them, and the Yankees are built to win high-scoring games. Yeah. If you continue to keep them in low-scoring games, which you saw in the first 3 games, that is not to their strength, and they're going to have a tough time. It's like we said going into this, the game script is going to dictate who has the advantage. And the first 3 games, the Dodgers had the clear advantage with their bullpen because the Yankees were struggling. And if you can keep if you keep low-scoring games, the Dodgers are going to have the advantage. High-scoring games, the Yankees are going to outslug them.
Yep. Yeah. So, I mean, if Judge wakes up, it's huge for the Yankees. And, he finally getting that hit last night, I think might have gotten, might have gotten the monkey off his back there. Because he looks like he's on time again.
Yeah. And what I like about tonight is that he got a fastball early in the count and jumped on it. Yeah. He was not sitting there waiting for a breaking pitch. He saw the fastball and jumped on it, which he had not been doing. He'd been getting deep into counts waiting, taking curveballs, taking sliders, chasing pitches later, and getting himself in really bad spots. But he saw a fastball here and didn't wait.
Yeah. All right. While we're at commercial, let's get into last night's debacle a little bit there.
It happened last night?
I don't know. Something may have happened last night. Something big. I don't really know.
Yeah, gotcha.
Bottom of the first inning, Mookie Betts goes over to the stands, makes a great catch.
Yeah.
To get the ball. And he gets held up by a fan. And the fan opens up the glove to try to get the ball out. Another fan reaches over, grabs Mookie's throwing arm to like keep him suspended into the stands until his buddy can get the ball out. And thank God he didn't get the ball. The ball pops out back onto the field, and rightfully called, it was fan interference. They ruled it out. But what do you think the ultimate consequence for that should be? Because it was egregious. Like there's no need for it.
Yeah, I mean, if you haven't seen it, I mean, it's horrible what he did, and the way they bent Mookie's arm back, the way they tried to pry at the ball, the way they tried to hold his hand from being able to protect himself, it was horrendous. And I think that, and I think I think the players especially would agree. I think those are two people that are not welcome back in a major league stadium anywhere. Because it's one thing to like bump into the player when they're going for the ball. It's one thing to kind of get your hand in the way. It's a whole other thing to grab their arm and hold them as you try to fight them for the ball. And a lot of people were screaming, that's not fan interference, that's assault. They should press charges. And, and they asked Mookie about it, and he didn't go down that path. He just said, no, it's not. That's not what it was. But I do not think those are fans that should be welcome back in any ballpark.
No, I mean, this isn't an excuse, but the guy was sloshed. He's all like cross-eyed trying to do it. Like, I mean, you can tell that they had been drinking. But listen, if I'm paying $2,000 to sit in a seat to watch a baseball game, I'm not drinking. I'm there to sit there to enjoy every single second of it. Like, I just there's no excuse for it anymore. And unfortunately, I hate this, but I think at some point, if these fans don't smarten up, we're going to see netting all the way around. I'm talking home run porch. I'm talking down the lines. I'm talking everywhere so they can protect their players on the field. That means stuff can't get thrown on the field. Like I hate it. I really do hate it because foul balls and home run balls, that's part of the game. That's part of the excitement for fans. But you got to protect the players at this point. I mean, you have billion-dollar players playing in this game. You can't have them get hurt like that. Was the ball in the stands? Yes, absolutely. Like that stuff like that's going to happen, but not to that extent.
No.
Where they're yanking on the player to get the ball out of the glove. Like, not acceptable.
It is unfortunate because not only did it happen, none of it happened in the World Series with millions of people watching, but then when they got escorted out, you listened to the fans like cheer for these guys, like almost celebrate what had happened.
Yeah.
And I heard from or saw on Facebook posts and things like that. I heard from a lot of people the fact that they were like horrified by the response. Like, it's one thing to have done that. It's another thing for the fans to be like supporting it and applauding these guys as they're going out, like waving to the fans. And I was talking to somebody I know today about the game, and he said, what do you do about that? I said, short of what you said, wrapping the netting all around. I said, like, fan interference has always been part of the game. And I said, up until this point, I've never seen somebody like just about get assaulted trying to go get a ball. Yeah. That just seems off to me.
You know what else they're going to probably end up doing is, Yankees tack on another run. Wow.
Yeah, they are, and bottom of the lineup again. Like, it's production out of the bottom.
You know what else?
This is Jack Flaherty's MO. You get one good start out of him, then you get a crappy one. Then you get a good one, then you get a crappy one.
Yeah. Another like possible solution, I see MLB possibly, um, possibly.
Craig, sorry, Nick. Craig, you're
No,
right.
it's fine.
I forgot all about that
Yep.
when Sheffield went in down by the pole and
Yep.
had that fan actually. I'm not sure if they threw a punch or it was an elbow or something, but yeah, Sheffield did actually get hit. I
Yep.
forgot about that.
I think another possible solution that you might see. I mean, it might cost a lot of money to do, but raising the walls to 8 feet all the way around, so the players are playing like
Yeah,
in a bowl. Like,
so they can't get
yeah,
up there.
right. So it's gonna be terrible because then you take away the possibility of robbing home runs and the plays
Yep,
down the lines. Like,
that's
but if you get the fans up high enough above field level, then they're not going to be able to interfere. I hate that it would take away that part of the game because I think it's exciting to watch a player, reach into the stands and bring one back. But if you're trying to protect your assets on the field, you got to do something about it. Because like Craig just pointed out, like this isn't the first time that this has happened. It's happened numerous times. You go back to the '03 championship series after A-Rod slaps the ball out of Arroyo's hand. They have to bring in like the riot gear all the way up and down the lines.
that was nuts.
It's Sheffield punching. It's funny that it's all Yankees that I'm describing here, but
There is a trend.
But right, but I mean, it was in Fenway. Like I love my Red Sox. Don't get me wrong, but our fan base can be pretty brutal at times too. Every fan
Absolutely.
base, every fan base has those wackos, as I'm quoting a lot of people saying in the comment section today. Like
Well,
every fan base has those wackos. It happens.
and in the early 2000s, like the Red Sox Yankees, the heat of that rivalry was like next level. And then the Red Sox
Yeah.
finally won, and we all got like complacent because we finally won. We finally won one, then we won two, then three, then four, and now the Red Sox fans don't care. But
yeah,
it was much different.
yeah. So then the fact that the Yankees almost allowed these guys to come back for Game 5, right? And then MLB was like, no. These guys are banned. They can't come back. Did they have season tickets?
I believe from what I read, those were season ticket holders, and they've lost their season tickets as well.
So they've revoked their season tickets.
That's
good.
That's apparently the deal was. So I put a reel out earlier because they have the Yankees as of like noon were not banning the guys, and then all of a sudden MLB came out and was like, no, you need to, and the Yankees like, oh yeah, no, they're out, and then a bunch of other details came out about the fact they were gonna ban them, they were gonna refund them, they were gonna take away the tickets. Like all of a sudden, all the stuff came out.
Yeah, and just refund them for Game 5, right? Not Game 4. They weren't getting refunded for the game they got tossed out of, were they?
They were getting refunded for tonight's game where they were told they couldn't come.
Okay, well then that's different than if they got refunded for Game 4 where they got tossed, because I would have an issue with that. But yeah, man, there's no excuse for it, and it's getting worse and worse. Like the fan interactions with players on the field, and I hate that. But I mean, they've already got the netting all the way down to the foul poles pretty much to protect fans from screamers getting hit into the crowd, which I'm all for. But when it comes to like the outfield interference, the thing with the Dodgers fans and Jerks and Profar and that series, if we put netting up, Jerks and Profar isn't making that catch. But the fans aren't throwing stuff at him either, Yeah. Craig, they were banned. I just don't know if they've been banned for life or just the rest of the World Series. That I'm not too sure on. I think
the details weren't super clear. Yeah, the details weren't super clear, and honestly, I will say, like, the Yankees did not handle like the communication and the reaction of this very well. Like they They were late to react. They kind of reacted in pieces. There were a lot of questions as to what was going on. Because I do think the fan reaction last night was pretty ridiculous. But I think a lot of fans didn't agree, and I think a lot of fans, after they saw it and thought about it this morning, realized, okay, yeah, like that's not cool. Yeah. And I think there was some outrage from the fans to say, yeah, no, we can't accept this. Like, you guys need to do something, and they finally did.
Yeah, and like, it's no surprise I hate the New York Yankees, right? I mean, I'm a Red Sox fan. It is what it is. Can I respect the team? Absolutely. There's a lot of freaking talent on that Yankees team. Like, I can separate those two. And not all Yankees fans are dickheads, right?
There's plenty of great Yankees fans. I mean,
right.
I mean, look at Craig. He's okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Right, Craig, you're okay.
Don't push it. Don't push it, Harrison. But yeah, don't push it. But yeah, I mean, but it's like, it's that group of friends you're with, right? If you have a group of friends, 10 close friends, but you have that one guy that's an absolute douche, the whole group gets labeled, right? The whole group gets labeled as a bad group because you have one bad grape, one sour grape in the group.
Much love, Craig.
Yeah. So
I think kind of that. I think a lot of people jumped the
Go
ahead. Finish your thought.
I don't know. I lost it.
Sorry, you froze up there for a second, so I jumped in.
That's all good.
I think a lot of people quickly generalize Yankees fans based on what those two guys did, and I don't think that's fair because I think there are plenty of good Yankees fans.
Right.
There's also plenty of obnoxious Yankees fans that also wouldn't do that. So it's not fair to categorize and classify a whole group of fans based on those two idiots who clearly were either drunk or just not smart enough to know that what they're doing wasn't a good idea.
Yeah.
Because I do think the Yankees fan base, as obnoxious and loud as they are, and 27 rings, they'll tell you all day long, they're generally good baseball fans. Yeah. Like, they understand the game, they're passionate about the game, they love their team. I mean, they're New Yorkers. They're loud and obnoxious. Yeah. But they're not bad fans. Like, Philadelphia fans, those are bad fans.
Yeah.
Like, they want to see players get hurt. They throw they throw batteries. They threw snowballs at Santa Claus. Like, those are bad fans. I don't think Yankees fans are that.
Yeah. Agree. Yeah, I think the Yankees were caught kind of backpedaling a little bit today, not initially not banning them for this game and then MLB stepping in, and then the Yankees were just trying to play catch up after that.
Yeah, they look foolish, that's for sure.
Yeah.
They look foolish.
But
this is so back to the game. So you got Flaherty already out and Banda in. You just did a bullpen game last night, and you're in the bullpen after an inning and a third tonight. Like, this is not. I think the Dodgers are in a spot where they're going to need the day off tomorrow because they're going to have no arms left if they have to run through the whole bullpen tonight again.
Yeah, and it will be interesting to see if Banda can get out of this and it keeps a 4-run lead and the Dodgers somehow scrape a couple across. Do the Dodgers come in and use their high leverage guys trailing in the game?
It's almost like you could treat tonight like their pitching program day. Like, if you're going to have Kopech do a 20 pitch mound session on tomorrow's off day or whatever, you could maybe treat tonight like that and put him out there for an inning and let him just do it live. Because I think that here we are, bottom 2. If this inning gets away from them, you could be down 5-6 runs after 2. If you're Dave Roberts, you got to get real about the fact that you've got to get ready for LA. You got to go home and finish this.
Yeah. I just hate that we're kind of talking about the World Series like that. You know what I mean? Like, it seems like late 90s, early 2000s, even late 2000s, like the staffs were complete. Like, you didn't have to worry about a bullpen game to get you through a series. You had your top 3 guys that, you probably had a fourth in there if you were, really good pitching staff, and you just cycled through those 4 guys. They got you 6 or 7 innings. You went to your 3 or 4 bullpen arms to end the game, and that was that. Like now it's like, all right, we need 15 pitchers to get the 27 outs, and I got to figure out how to do that. It's crazy how the game's changed like that.
It is, and I, we've talked about this for weeks. This whole bullpen game concept, I hate. I get why it exists and how we got here. Oh, it's a wasted opportunity. That's too bad to leave those loaded. This game could have gotten out of hand quick. I hate this bullpen game thing because I think when you're Dave Roberts, you had a really bad bullpen game last night. You're gonna you had a starter go out and lay an egg. You're deep in the bullpen now. That's 2 nights in a row. There's 2 losses right there. You're looking at potentially 2 losses from bullpen games effectively. And now those guys, Aaron Judge just took a bunch of pitches from Vanda, didn't flinch. He's seen him. He knows what's coming. Yeah. And now you're going to go into game 6 and 7, critical must wins for both teams at this point because the Dodgers have to stop the momentum and get this thing closed out. Where your bullpen, these guys have seen, they're exposed. There's no secrets anymore.
No.
And you've got to wonder too, if you're Aaron Boone, if this is a 4 or 5, 6-0 game after 4 or 5, do you pull Cole so he can give you a few innings in game 7 if you need him? Do you go into your bullpen with a lead? Do you trust him, or do you just let Cole ride and just take your chances?
It's a great point. It's a good question, Harrison. I don't know. I mean, obviously, this is a must-win game, right? So I think you have to. I don't know what the run total would be to lift Cole early. If you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah. What's the magic number?
Maybe 6, but this Dodgers lineup can just put up 8 in an inning if they want to. Like that's the scary part. And he doesn't have a bullpen to really lean on to lift Cole early. So that's the danger you play there.
Could you get through 4 innings with your bullpen and give up less than 5 runs? I'd hope so. But I don't think you can just take that to the bank and know you're going to be okay. Right. I've always been a firm believer too. Like you have to win today before you plan for tomorrow in these situations.
Yeah.
And if that means Cole's got to go 7 or 8 to give you the comfort that you're going to win, and that means you got to take your chances in game 6 or 7, then so be it. Because if you don't win tonight and if you pull Cole early and the bullpen blows it, there ain't no tomorrow.
And there won't be next season for Aaron Boone either.
Yeah, true. He's probably managing for his job as well.
Yeah. So I think you have to ride Cole for as long as possible. I mean, if you can get him through 6 and he's under 80 pitches, 80 to 85 pitches, I think you could bring him back for a possible game 7 out of the bullpen. Like a little Randy Johnson action, if you remember in 2001.
Chris Sale too. Come out for an inning or 2 just because you need a.
Yeah.
I mean, and I think Cole's the kind of guy who would be like, look, if my arm's not hanging, I can give you 20 pitches.
Oh, 1,000%. I mean, the dude's been. Say what you want about Garrett Cole, his up and downs, and all of that. The guy's a workhorse. The guy's a stud. He's one of the best pitchers in the league. If just like you said, unless his arm is falling off, he's pitching game 7 at some point. If we get to a game 7.
Yeah. The key is if you got to get there first.
Yeah.
I mean, he's very sharp tonight out of the gate.
Yeah.
And I think that you can kind of sense it from these first couple innings for the Dodgers. The at-bats are a little tighter. They're, Edman just went after a curveball, kind of low and out of the zone, fouled it off. But you're seeing these guys, it seems like, start to press a little bit, feeling the pressure of there's momentum. All of a sudden we're down 4-0. We haven't trailed at all in this series. We got our heads handed to us last night. We're down 4-0 early. We're in our bullpen. We got to get something going. That's a pretty good record for Cole, 44-1 with 4 runs of support.
It's decent.
So those are good numbers.
It's decent.
But it does seem like the Dodgers have a little more pressure on them in these early at bats.
Yeah, and we'll see. I mean, the Dodgers did really well when their backs were against the wall in San Diego. I mean, by all means, San Diego should have won that series.
Yeah, Diego had them finished, and then they just completely kind of flailed.
Yeah. And, Dodgers, to their credit, came through, got to the World Series, and I don't know. I mean, but this is the type of series we were thinking we were going to see.
Yes.
Like, not the lopsided 11-4, but it was nice to see the Yankees actually put up some runs and string some at-bats together and do what Yankees do.
Yeah, I don't think anybody ever expected like an 11-4 game, but I think what it showed is that's what it showed, and what we knew is that that's something the Yankees could do. The Yankees can have a night like that against anybody.
Yeah.
And they get off to a hot start here against Flaherty, who really kind of, I wouldn't say he owned him in game one. I mean, he did give up 3 runs, but he kept him really off balance and limited the damage, and just got obliterated tonight quick.
Yeah. Crazy. If Cole's living at the bottom of the strike zone like that, he's going to be hard to hit.
He's getting a little squeezed too, I think.
Yeah. I'll be right back. I got to go get a juice.
You do that. Okay. That's a nasty pitch up and in. Craig, he is. He's on the corners. He's low in the zone. That first pitch here to Lux, fastball up and away, like right on the corner of the strike zone. He's on the black at the bottom on the edges. He's going to be really hard to hit if he's throwing everything like that. I mean, he's got the slider going, the curveball going, the fastball going. Will Smith was late on that fastball, which just shows the late life he's got on it tonight. I mean, he looks really sharp early on, and he's about to throw his 30th pitch, close to finishing off the third inning. I mean, he's got plenty of innings left in him tonight. Ooh, that was close. It's a tough pitch to take. 3-1 Otani on deck. You have to imagine he's throwing Lux something. You gotta come over the plate now, make him put something in play, or at least make him fight. Another good pitch. Right. Up and away on the corner. 3-2. You got to finish Lux off here. You do not want to bring Otani to the plate with a guy on. Not that Otani's had a great series, and the shoulder's probably still not 100%, but
no, but he's hitting 1,000 with runners on base.
That's the problem. Oof, all right, walk him. Not what you're looking for, but
no.
I don't get the sense that Cole fears Otani like some guys do.
No. I mean, when you're one of the best pitchers in the league, you don't fear many guys.
No, and I think that, again, like Otani has a higher chase rate. And, I mean, he's 2 for 16 in the series, and he's got a bum shoulder right now. It's not like he's really made much of an impact here. No home runs, no RBIs. He's been kind of a non-factor through the World Series for the first 4 games. I don't think you have to worry too much.
No, and it is interesting.
You just got to pitch to him.
Yep. And it is interesting that you're not hearing as much backlash about Otani as you have been about Judge. Like, granted, the Dodgers have picked up Otani.
Right.
That's probably the difference. Maybe if the Yankees win the first 3 games, we're not talking about Judge. We're talking about Otani's failures at the plate.
Yeah, I mean, Otani has not had a great postseason. He's had a couple moments,
Yeah.
but he hasn't done a lot. And granted, what it also goes to show you is the playoffs are hard. Like when you're the marked man on a team in the playoffs, like everybody's giving you their best. Like that pitch is like almost a foot off the plate, and he flicks it to left field for a pop fly.
Yeah.
Like he will expand the zone. If you get ahead of him, he will chase bad pitches. Like
Still
the formula
crazy.
to pitch to him is not hard.
Yeah, still crazy. He hit that 300 feet with one hand, but
But I think Craig is right.
Yeah.
Judge has a history of not showing up in the playoffs, and that I think is what draws more attention to it.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I mean, this is Otani's first trip to the postseason, and like it or not, we're going to see the Dodgers here year after year for a while. Because I mean, when you got 3 MVPs, you got 6 All-Stars on your starting rotation, but 5 of them are hurt right now.
I was gonna say they're all injured, but they're there.
Yeah, but when they come back, like,
good luck.
It's going to be interesting to see how they handle Tyler Glasnow next year, though. Knowing all of his arm issues, are they going to put him on an innings count, shut him down, and then, ramp him back up for the postseason? Because you're missing that arm. You're missing that arm big time here.
You are. I mean, his stuff is absolutely electric.
He's one of the best pitchers in the league when he's fully healthy, but he can't stay on the field. And I don't know if you've ever heard any of his interviews, but he's on record saying, I don't care about my arm health. I'm just going out and throwing as hard as I can because that's what gets me paid. And until that mindset is changed, he's never going to be able to pitch in the postseason. Because he's not going to be able to get there. There's too many innings during the year.
And it's one of those things where, like, the track record alone just tells you that you have to manage him differently. Like, you have to limit the innings. You have to, because he's not going to manage himself. Like, you almost have to hold him back. And be like, dude, you got 80 pitches, and if that means you're done after 4, you're done after 4. Like,
I mean, this is terrible. Listen to this. 2018, 11 games started. 2019, 12 games started. 2020, 11. So he probably played a full season there, a full 60 games.
Yeah. Yep.
2021, 14 starts. 2022. 2 starts, 23, 21 starts, 24, 22 starts. So his most starts was
this year was a career high in innings, wasn't it?
Career high in innings, 134. Yes. He did start.
Oh, mama. Goodbye. 5-0. Ryan Brazier's very first pitch.
Oh, shocker.
Ryan Brazier throws 1 pitch, and Stanton just hit a missile to right field. 5-zip.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, because in 17 and 18, he started 11 and 13 games, but he had 45 games, so they must have put him in the bullpen at some point there. Because, with Pittsburgh, he was in the bullpen. He had 34 games in the bullpen, no games started, so that's what that is. But, so he had the most games started this year at 22. But he just can't get to the playoffs because his arm gave out.
He can't survive. I mean, he is a 50 to 60% of the season pitcher. That's what he is. He's a 15 to 20 start guy. You can't get more than that out of him, which means you literally, and I honestly think the Dodgers had intended on moving to more of like a 6-man rotation to give Glasnow and Yamamoto more rest and fewer starts. But then everybody got hurt and they couldn't do it.
But I mean,
because you can't, you're never going to get more than 20-ish starts out of Glasnow. He's proven over 6 years. That's all you're going to get out of him. It's all his body can handle.
663 innings pitched, 846 strikeouts. So when he's right, man, he's untouchable.
Yep.
It's too bad because
his stuff is so good.
Yeah. And we've talked about it numerous times about guys that we have like lost, like Jacob deGrom. Not lost, but like we've lost prime, the big what ifs, the prime years of what we've been robbed as baseball fans. Like Jacob deGrom's the biggest one for me. Mike Trout's getting up there. But pitching wise, I think it's deGrom and Glasnow.
I think current day, I think it's deGrom and Glasnow. I think you go back a little ways, then you get into guys like Griffey and Nomar. You can start to ask questions about guys like that. What would have been.
Yeah, it's
well. You also got a guy like Byron Buxton. His teammate Royce Lewis. What if these guys were healthy for most of a season? Like Jacoby Ellsbury, another guy who just completely fell off. Yeah. That's a contract Yankees fans do not like to talk about. Boy, Brazier's not fooling anybody tonight.
No.
He's given up 5 earned and 8 2/3, so it's not like he's pitching to his typical 5 ERA. Man, Stanton's now tied with Mantle for most postseason home runs in franchise history. Holy cow!
Yeah, Mantle did all those in friggin' the World Series, 18
home runs.
Runs.
Yeah, Craig, we're with you. I would love to see Byron Buxton for a full season, what he could actually do when he's healthy and could play free of pain and free of the fear of injury, what he'd look like.
Yeah, and we for years we've slated him as a possible 40-40 guys if he could stay on the field, but he just can't. And what was it? The first series of the year last year against the Red Sox, he just slides into second base with no play and blows out a hamstring.
Yeah, gets up and he's like waving to the training staff, like, "Up, I'm done." It's almost like there's like no emotion from him too. He's just like, "Yeah, I'm out."
Yeah. Crazy.
It's like he's just so conditioned to getting hurt, he just doesn't even react. It is so weird.
What are your guys' biggest what ifs? People that are watching right now, what are your biggest what ifs in baseball that was either robbed by injury or something else? And Wander Franco is not an option.
Well, I will say Yankees fans have come to life, huh? The first 3 games were painful, and now there's a lot of energy there.
Yeah. Wasn't much to cheer for, to be honest. The real, the first 3 games of the series. Oh, Jose Fernandez, Craig. Yes. Yes, Jose Fernandez is a huge one. That because he would be, we talked about this a few weeks ago, I think, like he would be in his prime right now if he was still alive.
Yeah, because what year was that?
I want to say 2017, 2016. 2016, September. So it was late 2016. Yeah, that was, and that dude could deal. Marlins were
so good.
That honestly, It's terrible, but that death set that franchise back because
for
they had
a while.
Yelich, they had Real Muto, they had Ozuna, they had Stanton still, they had him. Like, I mean, they had a great core of players, like, and just a few pieces away. And that, man, terrible.
Yeah, that
Absolutely
was
terrible.
devastating. Such a young guy.
471 innings pitched in his career, 589 strikeouts, a 2.5 ERA.
Yeah.
I mean,
And just like an easy stuff. Like he didn't, it almost seemed like it was effortless and he could dial up mid 90s and throw some nasty off speed pitches.
The other one there that died around the same time was
Yordan Ventura, right?
Yeah, Yordan Ventura. Yep. He wasn't quite as dominant, but he was ace stuff for the Royals and like getting there, like he was building it up. But yeah, his stats aren't as impressive as Fernandez was, but yeah, that's a great one, Craig. Jose Fernandez.
Yeah.
Man.
Yeah, and Yordan Ventura is a good one too. Another guy, same kind of stuff. Huge for the Royals in that World Series run.
Yep.
We need to hit the ball.
Yeah, right.
I love that question. Like his stuff is really on. Like, what do you need to do differently? Hit the ball.
Okay, so you know how we were on one of the live streams we were talking about like the brawls and stuff, and there was one with Ventura and Manny Machado.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
That would have been a good one.
I thought there was, but yeah, Ventura was suspended 9 games and Machado was suspended 4 because he plunked him, and then it was a bench clearing brawl.
Love it.
Yeah.
There's few players in baseball I despise as much as Manny Machado, who's just such a dirty crybaby.
Yeah.
He's a dirty player, but then you retaliate against him, and he just wants to cry foul.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous. I mean, ask Dustin Pedroia how Machado is.
I can't.
Cost the guy his career. Oh. And there's the net getting in the way because Rizzo might have caught that. I always found Mookie's bat strange. Like I feel like he's got a really thick handle. Then he's got the axe handle on top of it. Like
Yeah.
I feel like you look at his bats and he's got like a really thick handle on that thing, which I feel like that would slow your hands down.
I've never swung with an axe handle. Have you?
I have. It actually feels pretty comfortable.
Really?
Because like in the follow through, the knob doesn't like dig into the bottom of your hand. Like it just naturally kind of curls with it. But like you look at Freddie's bat and like Mookie's handle is significantly thicker than Freddie's bat.
Yeah.
Like, that just seems like a thick handle that would slow your hands down. Oh, that was a nasty curveball. I mean, you don't usually throw a curveball up on the zone, but Freddie quit on it because it was so high. In the series, Freddie's 5 for 17 with 4 home runs and 10 RBIs. Is that good? Asking for a friend.
It's all right. They might get the job done.
He's been most of the offense.
Yeah.
Oh, no way. Oh, what a catch. What a catch. Wow. I thought Freddie was going to leave the yard again. Greg is decent. It'll get the job done. I mean, if you're into that, yeah.
Yeah.
If you like home runs and RBIs, I mean, I guess that's okay. But honestly, like without Freddie being as hot as he's been, like, do the Dodgers win? Do they win any of the 3 games?
Well, I mean, that's a hard one. Because do they walk off game one?
Probably not.
Game two, they probably scrape together game two.
Game two, they probably win. Game three, he was half the offense.
Yeah.
So that was that's a 2-2 tie. Which who knows how that plays out. I mean, this is if after that walk-off.
Yeah. Hey, I'm a huge baseball fan. I say this every time I come on. Like I have hats of every stadium I go to, although I haven't been to the Diamondbacks yet, but I do follow them being my National League West Coast team. I follow them very closely. Red Sox are my diehard team, but I have an extensive hat collection. I wear a different one every time we're on. Yeah. I know that's kind of like a polar thing for a lot of people. Like,
yeah, why is that? Like,
you shouldn't wear hats of different teams, like only the team that you root for.
Yeah, why can't you be a fan of like baseball and other teams? Like, why is that such a sticking point for people?
I don't know. I don't understand it, but
I mean, there's so many people out there that are wearing like a Yankees hat today, a Dodgers hat tomorrow, because they just want to be wearing whoever's the best. You know, those are the same. You know, when I hear people are a Yankees fan, a Lakers fan, a Cowboys fan, I always laugh. They're just a front runner.
Yep, they're all the same. Yep.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Every time
a child of the '90s.
Every time someone says they're a Yankees fan, I go, "Let me guess, Cowboys and Lakers too," and they're all like, "Yeah, how did you know?" And I was like, "Dude, you're all the same."
Yeah, and you're from Michigan, so what are you doing?
Yeah.
Like,
right.
Are you from New York? No. Are you from any of those places? No.
But yeah, so I'm halfway through my stadium tour. Said this the other night, and I get a hat from every stadium I go to. I have a bunch of minor league hats too. I love them. I love having a hat on my head. That's just what it is. So, but yeah, but you'll hear us. We'll vent about the Red Sox quite a bit on this podcast if you stick around and listen. Yeah,
plenty.
But yeah,
that same person I was talking to about the Yankees incident last night, I was talking about the Red Sox, and he's with us. He's just like, you know, I get one to change things up, but like, oh boy, that was not a good pitch. I'll sit right at him. Good. But you got to like pick a lane. Like if you're gonna do the prospects thing, then do that. If you're gonna do the free agent thing, then do that. But you can't do both halfway. And I will say, when you think of the Red Sox, like you go around that infield. No, Connor Wong was in the Mookie Betts trade. Rafael Devers was homegrown. Trevor Story was a free agent. You missed on that. He's been nothing but hurt. Second base, you thought Nick York was a future. You just traded him away. So second base is an open item.
Well, sort of. You got Grissom, which you got in the sale deal, but he got hurt too.
Yeah, so you don't. That's why I say second base is kind of like open. If you don't have a butt for that seat, you thought you did. Well, you're Abreu in right field, homegrown. Jaron Durant, homegrown. Yoshida, free agent. That was a miss. He's not been what you thought he would be. He's now kind of stuck as a DH. And he's an average hitting guy. Like he's a terrible DH for what you get out of him.
Yeah.
But like and then you sign Lucas Giolito, missed the whole season. So like your three major free agent signings in the last couple of years, Story's missed most of the time hurt. Yoshida's underperformed and Giolito's been hurt. Like you can't miss on all of them.
Yeah.
Like if Story's healthy, Yoshida performs, and Giolito's healthy, the Red Sox might have won a wild card this year. Yeah. But you can't miss on all of them.
Yeah. Tyler O'Neill got our hopes up big time because we're like, you know what? This could be a decent move for the Red Sox. Right-handed power. He stays on the field. He's good right-handed power. And we thought they were in. We're like, all right, here we go. They're going to make some moves. And then crickets.
Yeah. And
absolutely nothing.
You know, the year before you did the same thing with Duvall. You brought a guy in who went on a tear, got hurt. Same thing happened to O'Neill. Guy came in, went on the tear, got hurt, came back, got hurt, came back, got hurt, came back.
Yeah.
They did the same thing with Renfroe a couple years before that.
Yeah.
But Renfroe was much more consistent.
And I'm surprised
that was the team that went to the ALCS.
I'm surprised they didn't bring Renfroe back. I really am.
That guy still bounces team to team year after year. It's like,
I don't get it.
Why? Why doesn't he have a home?
Yeah. He played Gold Glove right field for us that year.
Oh, your boy Kopech's coming in, Nick.
He was disgusting. How did you get ahead of me?
It's they showed the pitching change in the ticker.
Oh, gotcha. But yeah, I don't know what the Red Sox are gonna do. I'm almost at the point where I'm just like it is what it is. We'll see what happens, if anything. But
Yeah. Well, the guy I was talking to, he said, I almost got Nesson this year. Like I was all set. I was going to watch the Red Sox, and he's like, "Why would I pay $30 a month? $30 a month to watch that team play?"
yeah,
I was like, "I'm in the same boat. Like I didn't get Nesson this year. I just used MLB TV and I watched everybody else. And honestly, I had a great time watching all the other teams around the league and
yeah,
seeing players I don't normally see. So I was very happy to not have the Red Sox because it
yeah.
wasn't much to watch.
MLB TV is friggin' amazing. I
It's awesome.
like as much as I complain about the markets I'm blacked out of, like which is still mind blowing to me.
Yeah.
It's still incredible to watch teams like, hey, like I want to watch the Brewers tonight. Like I haven't watched them in a while. I'm gonna just tune in and see what the Brewers are about.
Yeah.
Or
And then
like,
I love like the 30-minute recap the night before they put out the following morning.
yeah,
It's like I can see everything that happened in the league in 30 minutes
yeah.
while I'm drinking a cup of coffee, checking my email.
And they even have the MLB big inning now, which is kind of like
Yeah.
NFL red zone, which is awesome.
Yeah,
Like,
that's cool.
yeah.
It is pretty impressive.
Yeah. I mean, being in North Carolina, it sucks because there's 4 games I can't see every night, but do get to watch the Red Sox, do get to watch the Diamondbacks. And then if there's a matchup I really want to see, like I can usually tune in for it. So it's awesome. I love it. And even if there's like they have like the no hitter alerts. So it's like, oh, there's no hitter going on. Boom, I'm into that game. Like just like that. So
yeah. Yeah, no, it's cool the way you can just jump around, and I like it because it gave me a chance to watch teams that I don't normally watch. I watched a lot of Royals games. I would check in on the Pirates and the Reds, watch those young teams play. And it's nice because with the pitch clock now, those West Coast games don't end at 1:00 in the morning, so you can catch some of those games.
Yes.
Wow,
It's
opening up with a walk to Verdugo.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what since like say what you want about the pitch clock. Like at first I was skeptical of it coming into the game, didn't know, what to expect. But as a fan trying to watch, like you said, the West Coast games, the pitch clock is amazing because I can watch 7 innings of a West Coast game versus maybe first pitch before I'm going to bed.
Yeah.
It
just starts so late.
Yeah.
You can now watch the whole game, and stay up till about midnight, where in the past, you'd be going to bed in the 6th inning at midnight.
Yeah. Yeah. It's amazing. $25-game postseason on base streak for Soto in the World Series. Wait.
Wow, another base hit.
How does he have 25 games in the World Series? Or was that postseason?
It was all postseason.
Oh, it was postseason. All right.
Yeah, so it includes 2019.
Yeah, I was like, wait a minute.
It includes, so he was in the postseason in 19 with the Nats.
19.
He was in
Padres,
the postseason with the Padres? Yeah, with the Padres. Now the Yankees. So yeah, he's basically gotten on base like in every postseason game in his career.
Right. Let's see what Judge here does. So if he busts this open right here, do you take out Cole and save him? If he makes this an 8-0 game right now.
If it's 8-zip coming out of this inning, I probably let Cole finish the 5th, and then I tell him, go rest that arm. Because you have Rodon lined up to go in Game 6.
Yeah.
And then you're going to go back to Schmidt, I'm assuming, in Game 7. I mean, Game 7, like oh boy, that is gone. Oh, I thought he got enough of that.
It looked it off the bat.
Man, that looked good off the bat. I thought he squared that up. Just got it a little off the end of the bat.
He acted like he got it
Wow.
too.
Everybody, I think, thought he got it. Let's see where he actually hits that ball.
And on the label a little bit.
Oh, on the label, he got it in a little bit. It was that late life, that late movement that did it.
Dude, I can't imagine being that strong, getting it off the label and still hitting it that far.
That looked so good off the bat.
You don't take Cole out, Craig? You just roll with him? Is that what you're saying? You just roll with Cole?
Like I said before, I'm a believer in you got to win today, but I think there's reached the point where it's like, man, if I could get a couple innings out of him in an important Game 7, I'd think about it.
Yeah.
I don't blame you, Craig. I mean, I think you want to slam the door and put your foot on their throats if you can, but you got a lot of work to do here.
Right. I was going to say it's still only the 4th. There's a lot of outs left in this game still. But I mean, 8-0 lead would have been. This is pretty crazy in the World Series that no team has forced a Game 6 after being down 3-0. That's pretty wild.
Yeah, Craig, I think that the way we're looking at it is if you get Cole out of there after 5 innings and less than 60 pitches, there's a good chance that on a couple days rest, he's going to be able to give you a couple innings in Game 7 if you needed them. You might be right, maybe not. There may not be enough rest in there to try to get him ready to go. But I would have to believe if he's gone kind of done light work tonight, a little massage and therapy, that he's not ready to give you 25 or 30 pitches in Game 7.
Yeah, I mean,
if you get there, you got to get there, obviously.
Right. We ran down the list, earlier in the show was, Randy Johnson did it. Chris Sale's done it. Like, you've had starters come in the 8th and 9th inning to get some key outs for their World Series winning team. So, obviously he wouldn't be ready for Game 6. You're not going to bring him back on a day rest after.
Yeah, and we're also starting, and we're not suggesting he'd start Game 7. I think you have him in the bullpen, and if the minute Schmidt gets in trouble, he's the first guy you go to for a couple innings to help bridge the gap, because you don't have a deep enough bullpen in a Game 7 to back up Schmidt if he gets knocked out after 2 or 3. Like, you're screwed at that point.
Or you just keep him in there to play a matchup and like a key 3 outs that you need,
Yeah, like, you just find a high leverage inning.
Yeah, maybe your plan isn't to use him, and then if the right situation comes up, Boone's he has them there in his pocket, so he can just be like, I need these 3 outs, Garrett, go get them.
Yeah, if in the 8th inning you're going to have the top of the order roll over, maybe you want him to go out and face Otani, Betts, and Freeman rather than send in Tim Hill or somebody.
Right.
Or burn up Weaver in the 8th when you might need him in the 9th. Like,
right.
I think if Cole can give you 20 or 30 pitches, it gives you some options.
Yeah.
1,000%. But he's only going to be able to give you that if you get him out of this game early before he's too deep. Oh, boy, Jazz. What were you watching?
I mean, I know that thing tailed. That's a tough pitch.
I know that thing moved, but he quit on it quickly. I'm distracted by Jazz's chain.
Fair enough.
I mean, that chain is something else, man.
I don't know how anybody can play with that around their neck. That's wild to me.
Well, it's like, did you see Mookie out after he fouled that ball off on 3-1, adjusting his chains because they're all tangled? And how do you wear all that jewelry?
Yeah.
Like, you're running, that thing's just flapping up and down, and I find that super distracting.
Taking your teeth out.
Yeah.
Well, who was it a few years ago? Slid into second, had a 24-karat gold diamond necklace on, and it just shattered. And there's just diamonds all over the infield, and he's just like, whatever. It's crazy. I'm dude, nuts. Yep, Yankees are looking good right now. I mean, they're in the driver's seat right now in this game. We'll see, but like we've been saying, this was the offense we expected we were going to see going into this series, and that it was going to be an absolute slugfest. It's weird that it's turning out this way, because you look back at the Dodgers Mets series, right? That was there wasn't a safe situation in that series. It was a blowout
there
by
wasn't.
the Dodgers, a blowout by the Mets, a blowout by the Dodgers, a blowout by the Mets, and you're like, what is going on?
Yeah, they just traded blows the whole time.
Yeah. So Harrison and I and our third guy, Sean, on our typical shows Monday nights, before the series started, we picked Yankees in 6. Obviously, that's not an option right now. We expected a little bit more fight out of the first 3 games than we got, obviously. But at this point, I'm not really pulling for a team, I don't think. I just want to see a competitive series, and it's starting to flip where this could potentially come down to some key plays. But yeah, we had all picked Yankees in 6, but they're gonna have to do it in 7. We'll have to do it the fun way, they say. But I don't know. It's just both of these offenses can score 10 runs in any inning at any time.
Yep.
It's crazy. We put out a couple reels and it was just like, dude, enough. Like, stop pitching to this guy. Like, for real.
Oh.
Like, Freddie Freeman is on another level right now. Man, 6 straight World Series games with a home run dating back to his time with the Braves. It's nuts.
Yeah. Is that streak going to get broken tonight?
Dude, he almost had one. Judge made a great play on it, but it wouldn't have left the yard. But
no, it was a double. It was a wall ball double, but
still hitting the ball hard, man. You gotta
everything's hit hard.
Yeah,
dude is squaring everything up.
Jesus, Kike Hernandez again.
That's the Dodgers' first hit, I think.
What is he at? He's at 51 pitches right now.
Yeah. That's the first hit he's given up.
I think if you can get six full out of Cole and he stays under 80 pitches somehow, you could use him in game 7 if you absolutely needed to, if you get there. You got to keep him under 80, though.
Yeah, I mean, I think he can give you 20 pitches and get you out of a big inning.
Yeah. But at that point, if he gets over 80 before getting out of this, I say you just ride him.
I think I think you've got to make a decision here next inning. Are you gonna let him go most of the way, or are you gonna try to save some of that arm for game 7? Because I think if you're Aaron Boone, you're feeling pretty good right now that 5-0 lead, your guys are hitting. There's going to be more runs out there for you. Now you've got to start thinking ahead.
Yeah,
which is dangerous, I know, but
right.
But like now you've got Roberts just burned Kopech. Now he's got Vesia up. Like these are all the good bullpen arms that you're going to get to see again before game 6.
Yeah. Yeah, that
second or third time out for a couple of these guys.
Yeah. Yeah, the home run by Judge and Chisholm, that definitely sets the tone right away. The Yankees aren't going anywhere. But yeah, those were clutch. Nice to see Judge finally getting off the schneid. It's gonna hang up. Oh, Judge. Oh,
did he really just drop that?
Oh, no.
What? What?
What did I just watch?
I don't know. He just whiffed on it. Like everybody was like stunned for a second. He took his eyes up to peek at where the runner was to get ready to throw. Poor Kike. He's like, oh no, I gotta go.
Wow, you can't do that. Yeah,
that hurts. That hurts.
Ouch. Yeah, he took his eye completely off it.
Yeah, he looked up to check on the runner.
Ouch. Yeah, see, that's where you can't give a good team extra outs.
You can't. That's a painful one.
Wow. Because now that, that's 6 more pitches that Cole has to throw. Oh man. Listen, if Judge was on my Southern Maine men's baseball league, I wouldn't complain.
We'd be having words right now, though.
Man, oh man.
Yeah, that was amateur hour.
That one hurts.
Making
That's
it much harder for Garrett Cole now.
Dirty pitch right there.
That cutter is nasty. Was that a slider or a cutter?
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't know what it was. It was filthy.
The cutter is really just a hard slider, but I mean, if you could a strikeout and then a ground ball would be nice to get out of this whole thing. Oh, just threw it right by him on a 2-1 count.
I always say I would love to see what 98 looks like in the box. I don't know if I would. I'm gonna be completely honest. I don't know if I'd ever want to stand in.
I've seen it. I've seen it a few times.
You've seen 98?
Yep. I saw Jeffrey Allison, who was a top 5 pick out of the North Shore of Mass. I saw Andy Gale, who was Rich Gale's kid. Rich Gale was the Red Sox pitching coach.
What are you doing?
What are you guys doing? What is happening? Craig, you're right. Cole till the end. These guys are just
dude,
dubbing it around.
I mean, I think that's the right play, but that's a terrible
throw. It is the right play, but he just muffed the throw like that, spiked it. Good throw. He's out comfortably. To Jazz's credit, he had to switch sides and deal with the runner as he crossed over to try to scoop it.
Yeah, that's a tough play for Chisholm.
Yeah, it's like through the runner. Wow. Now, what are the chances of back-to-back flubs like that?
Yeah. Now, wow.
And now you got Otani up. Oh, no, sorry. It's Lux still, right? Now it's Lux before Otani.
Yeah, you got Lux and you got, don't you have one more before him?
Isn't Lux in the 9 hole?
He might be. Wow. You can't do it.
Batting ninth. No. If you can get a ground ball here, you'll gladly take 2 outs and give him a run.
Wow, got squeezed on that one too.
Yeah, that was bad. That was a pretty pitch. Wow.
Yeah. You can't do that.
This has been a disaster of an inning for the Yankees. This is like a momentum killer.
But if they somehow get out of it without giving up a run, then it flips the momentum again.
Equally crushing the other direction.
Those are uncharacteristic mistakes right there. Out of 2 Gold Glove players, Judge and Volpe.
Yeah, Volpe's a Gold Glove finalist. Is Judge a finalist again this year?
I don't know if he's a finalist, but I mean
he plays good defense.
Right.
He's not a liability like that play made you think.
No.
That was horrendous.
Yeah. It's not what you want on back-to-back plays, that's for sure.
No. That's not ideal.
And then
they blew him away. But now I got to face Otani with him juiced. Which again, I don't think Cole's afraid of Otani.
He just blew him away with 3 fastballs.
Yep. He basically said, "Here it is, hit it, kid."
Well, it was actually 4. He threw 4 strikes in that at bat.
Yeah, true. The first one was a strike. But yeah, it was basically, "Here it is, hit it, dare you."
So
I mean, Lux was way behind that too.
Here with Otani, I think you just bust him in with hard. He's got a bum shoulder. There's no way he's turning on it. Yeah,
That's exactly
see,
what they're doing.
He can't swing.
He can't get around on it.
No.
Well, and I don't think healthy Otani necessarily gets around on that pitch 95 at the letters.
I mean, I've seen it before. He can.
He can, but not on the inner half.
No.
He likes to get his arms out.
Yeah, I think you got to live on the inner half right here and just blow it by him. And then make him chase away.
Up and in. Yeah, go up and in and make him turn on something. So that's going to hurt.
Yeah. And then with 2 strikes, he'll chase out of the zone. So throw it soft stuff away. Yep. See, that's the spot.
Do. He can't hit it. He just can't hit it. And that wasn't even a strike.
No.
That was out of the zone.
I mean, you can tell just by his swing how much his shoulder hurts. Yeah. I mean,
he's got no shot. You throw him another one of those, he won't touch it either.
Yeah, he's hitting all bottom hand right now, so you got to keep it up in the zone. Oh, dirty.
Oh, flailing, another chase. Yep. Bye, Shohei. This has not been a good series for Shohei.
No.
I mean, being hurt obviously doesn't help, but he's not had good at bats. He's chased a lot of pitches. I mean, he chased 2 in this at bat.
Yeah. But this is an ace here. Like, I mean, this
is what an ace does.
This is Cole. This is Cole. Cole picks up his teammates. I mean,
this is what an ace does.
Yeah.
When he throws you on his back and takes care of it.
Yeah. I mean, you're still not out of the woods here. You still got to take care of business.
No, here. I mean, last time I checked, Mookie's okay.
Great
cue shot.
Oh no!
Where was Cole?
He stopped. He thought Rizzo had it unassisted.
Rizzo looked up for the flip and he wasn't there. This is embarrassing.
Wow.
That was an inning ender. And it was hit so slow that Rizzo needed help.
Yeah, well, it was the cue shot. It had spin at the last second. It took him back away from the bag.
I actually thought it got past Rizzo at first.
That's on Garrett Cole.
That's on you, Garrett Cole. That was your mistake.
Yeah,
that run is charged to you, and it was your fault.
Oh, and this is not the guy you want up. This is not the guy you want up.
No, you're just setting him up to tie the game right now.
Oh my God.
This inning has been an absolutely atrocious. This is like they should turn this into a highlight reel of what not to do and show it to kids. This is how you don't play baseball.
This is the extra out that you're giving them.
It's the Yankees almost deserve for Freeman to hit it out right now. Like they almost deserve to lose the lead after that inning.
Man, oh man!
Like if you're Hal Steinbrenner, I mean, you're like chewing on nails right now. And Cole went from 50 pitches. He's now like up at 73. So you've smoked any Game 7 opportunity. He's in it for the long haul now.
Yeah, yeah.
You made the guy throw 15 extra pitches this inning.
Yeah, it's pedal to the metal with you riding him out. Mookie's on first base.
Yeah, runner or position player.
Mookie's on first. Rizzo's playing first for the Yankees. But man, that's bad.
This has been horrendous. And what's scary is they could have gotten out of that train wreck of an inning.
Right, with no runs.
Like they could have gotten out of it unscathed. And here we are. I mean, if you're Aaron Boone, like after this inning, you look at the guys like, did you get that out of your system? Like you want to go take it out? I mean,
Rizzo was fielding the ground ball, but Cole should have covered first, and he didn't. He started, and then he stopped and started heading towards the dugout because he thought Rizzo was going to get there. Ouch.
There it is. There's 2 runs.
Ouch. Ouch. Wow. I don't even know what to say right now.
Nope.
That was
The Yankees deserve this at this point. Like, if you're going to play that lackadaisical and that lazy, like, that's what you get. 5-3 and a base hit makes it a 5-4 game. Like, this could get out. This could be a tie game quick. Gapper here probably ties it, although Freddie can't run.
wow. Wild right there.
This is bananas.
Yeah, Craig, we just said that. I was like, ouch, 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 legit.
It's so bad.
You missed a word. Oh no, Freeman again. Or still,
I mean,
I don't really know.
You hang one to Hernandez right now, and it's a 6-5 game.
Yeah.
And he hits Cole and at Yankee Stadium really well.
Yeah, that series he had here, that was ridiculous. Middle of the season.
Yeah.
That's not where he wanted that location.
No, and you're now at 77 pitches with Cole, a lot of high leverage pitches this inning. You may only get 6 out of him now. Volpe chokes the throw. What a disaster.
Cole doesn't cover. I don't think Cole noticed the English on the ball.
No, I think he just thought that was going to be an easy one for Rizzo to pick up and run with, but then it spun back on him, and Rizzo had to adjust and looked up for a flip. But at the same time, like, as a pitcher, you're taught in spring training, like, they drill it in your head. You get there no matter what. No earned runs, of course, because but what an ugly inning.
Wow.
That's awful.
Pitch here. Oh my gosh. They just tied it up.
Here comes Freddie. Yep, 5-5.
No.
That's what I said. Ball in the gap, tie game. Here we
way.
are. The Yankees deserve to lose the lead. If you're going to play defense like that,
man, you can't
that's how you're
give
gonna
good
play.
teams extra outs.
Nope.
That's brutal.
That is horrendous. 5-run inning, all unearned.
Wow.
What a disaster.
Teo thought he got that off the bat too.
I know, it looked good off the bat. I didn't think it was going to carry quite that far, but wow. So all that hot start you just got out to, just gave it all away. That's embarrassing.
Yikes.
I mean, I hate to say it, but like, you can, like, that ballpark, it's quiet. Like, you just sucked the life out of that place.
I have the volume all the way up and I can't hear it.
Yeah, you just sucked the life out of that place. All that momentum, all of that energy gone.
Wow. But I mean, you can't do that. You can't give a team 5 outs in an inning. A team like the Dodgers,
not a good team.
I mean, all jokes aside, you can't give the White Sox 5 outs in an inning. Like, they're still professional hitters. They'll make you pay.
Right.
Like, you can't give a major league team 5 outs in an inning.
And it's like we said coming into this series, like, the Dodgers have the advantage on defense. The Yankees are not a great defensive team. They've got some guys that are. Volpe's usually pretty sure-handed, and that was a disaster. But like, if you can't catch the ball, this is what happens.
Yeah, and I mean, the only reason I gave the Dodgers the defensive edge was their versatility. Like, they have 3 or 4 guys that can play anywhere on the diamond.
Yeah.
You know, but I mean, that's
atrocious.
And those are 2 errors, like I said, 2 errors out of your Gold Glove caliber players. Like, whew, ouch. Wow. Cole might not even get out of this inning.
No, this has been a really taxing inning.
He's at 83. 83 pitches. He started at 51.
Yep.
31 pitch inning.
Now you get the bullpen getting warm. So the entire game plan we talked about just
Out the
in
window.
5 minutes blows up because you can't catch and throw the ball.
Wow.
That's atrocious.
Absolutely wild.
I mean, I don't know how you come back from that. Yeah, Cole's falling apart now. Yeah. He's exhausted. He's exhausted. Yeah. They need to give him a breather somehow. Drink your water, Aaron.
Do you keep him in and get out of this inning?
I think you have to. I think you'd like to give Canley a clean inning if you can.
Okay. At what point do they just start sitting on his changeup? He's thrown it 60-something times in a row. How are we still ahead of it and pounding it into the ground? Does it move that much?
I mean, it does. But, I mean, when you know it's coming, I don't know how you're not able to react to it. But I will say the changeup is one of those pitches, like out of the hand, you can't sense it. You have to feel it, and that's hard to feel like that speed because it looks like it's so much harder when it comes out.
Yeah.
What an unreal disaster of an inning.
Wow. I mean, these offenses could do it.
Oh yeah. I just didn't think it would be all on errors.
Like the way it was right.
The Dodgers had 2 hits in this inning and they've managed 5 runs off of it.
Yeah, Kike started with a base hit, right?
Yeah, so 3 hits. Kike, Freddie, Hernandez. Everything else was errors.
Wow.
Because then Judge dropped it, Volpe butchered it, and then we had Lux K, Otani K. Betts hits a little spinner that Cole doesn't cover on. Yeah, somebody go puke that out and fix it. My goodness. That's crushing. Like, how do you come back from that? They need to come back in this inning and put a couple on the board.
Yeah, that's pretty bad. Wow.
Yikes. That's oof. This is when a guy like Aaron Judge used to call everybody together in the dugout and just be like, look, we've got to put that behind us. It's a new game. We can't throw the rest of this game away.
Yeah.
But boy, I can't remember an inning that awful.
No. I was just looking. I just typed in what is the highest scoring inning in the World Series. I was trying to see if I could find it. And the quick AI answer, so take it for what it's worth, says it's 14 runs in a single inning.
Good Lord.
Most crooked numbers in Major League Baseball history. 17 runs in the 7th inning, Red Sox Tigers in 1953. 16 runs in the 8th inning, Rangers and Orioles in 96. Rangers won 26-7.
Oh. Good Lord.
My God. Oh, yeah, the Diamondbacks on opening day against the Rockies, that 14-run inning. Remember that shit?
Oh, yeah,
opening
that was nuts.
day. Yeah. I was like, what is going on with this Diamondbacks team? It was wild. Cleveland at the Yankees, that 2009, that's a famous one, 22-4. Wow. Red Sox and Marlins in 2003, 25-8. Red Sox won. They scored 14 runs in the first inning.
25-8.
Yeah.
What's amazing is like when you score 8 runs, you usually win.
Yeah.
Not when you give up 25.
Right. 14 runs in the first inning. The Reds against the Astros. Reds had 14 in 1988. Wow.
Yeah, they got to get some life back in the stadium. They need. Who's up? Oh, good. Stanton's up.
I was going to say, I can't even remember that far back now. That was an hour
Feels
ago.
like forever ago. Yeah, it feels like forever ago.
Wow.
What a disaster. So new game.
Yeah. Here we are sitting here playing it for game 6, and the Dodgers are like, not so fast. Oh, Chris, you're back. Want another shout out? What's up?
Oh,
How's it going? Yep. Who are you a fan of, Chris? Who are you rooting for in this game / series?
Can Stanton not run because of how he's built? Like because he's just so bulky, or is it just injuries over time have just like destroyed his legs?
I think it's all of the above.
It looks painful watching him run. Like he runs like he's a 75-year-old man.
Yeah. Unfortunately,
no 75-year-old men out there.
Yeah. Unfortunately, we can't show the game because of all the copyrights and all that stuff. So yeah. So we just watch it on, and talk about it as it's going on. So yeah, we would get shut down real quick if we were showing the live feed on here. So yeah. They might even come knock on my door.
Then you get a nasty gram from MLB to cut it out.
Yeah. And that's not what we're trying to do here. So
we actually had a video way back when we started. We were actually showing a clip from a game from like years and years ago, and our video on YouTube got taken down for copyright. And it literally was a minute long clip inside of an hour plus show.
Yeah.
Like they don't mess around with that stuff.
Yeah. The
people you see that are putting it on have permission because they've got some kind of a relationship with MLB.
Right. So before the series, we picked the Yankees in 6. It's not obviously going that way. At this point, I just wanted to get to a game 7 and have game 7 be an absolute slugfest or, an all-out fight. Because honestly, the series hasn't been close. It really hasn't.
No, it was kind of a snooze fest, one-sided. Yeah. I will say, like, to answer your question though, Chris, like, who do we want to win? Neither. We don't necessarily like either team. We were rooting for the Mets and the Guardians. We were not picking either one of these teams. So
yeah. Yeah, that's a killer. Cole just stopped running.
He stopped, and Rizzo just expect him to be there like he always is. Yeah, a 1-2-3 inning here is not good. No. You got to respond with something. You got to get the energy back in that ballpark.
Volpe's been hot, and let's see if
he has been. He's been good lately.
Yeah, that's the inning you're trying to avoid, for sure.
Yeah, the blow-up inning is never your friend.
Boone's sitting there, and he's like, the whole game plan I had is just completely shot right now. What do I do? I mean, do you send Cole back out there?
At this point, you kind of have to. You've smoked him for any sort of future pitching in this series. So at this point, you get as much out of him as you can to try, especially with it being a tie game now. You don't want to bring that bullpen in right now and give up and have them take the lead on you. There you go, Volpe. So I think here you go with Cole as long as you can. If he can give you 7, you take 7.
Yeah.
Because this will be it for him. And try to preserve that bullpen for later with fewer innings so you don't have to put so much stress on it because the bullpen has not held up well.
No.
This is a big at bat for Wells.
I still can't get that inning out of my head. It's wild.
It's. What were you saying, Craig? I don't know if he can. Oh, you don't take Cole out if he can give you more. I got you. Yeah, no, I think you ride with Cole as long as you possibly can now. Ooh, that hurt. Oh, it's like the inside of the wrist. That's got to sting. Who's up after Wells? We at the bottom with Verdugo.
Yeah.
Verdugo's been hot lately. I mean, a base hit here gives you the lead. That's big. All right, little energy, little life. They need that. Oh, under runs this postseason. First 13 games, 3. Tonight, 5.
Yeah.
Such a disgusting inning.
Yeah. I mean, that just deflates everything.
Yep. That's a big spot for Verdugo to be a hero and get some life back. But yeah, anything like that, like there's nothing good that comes out of that. It's deflating, humiliating, sucks the life out of the ballpark.
Yeah. I mean, I've been on the receiving end of that plenty of times in my playing career. And there's nothing more deflating than watching a decent lead go away in one inning.
Yeah, especially when you gave it away.
Right.
Like it wasn't like they beat you, like you gave it away.
Yeah.
Like you just could not catch and throw the ball.
Yeah. And I mean, I don't want to say it sounds fitting, but with the type of series and postseason Judges had, like it almost is fitting that he dropped the ball. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
As terrible as that sounds,
no, it's
the way it's been going.
It's true though. Like he gets a break at the plate and then he gives it back in the field. Like it just seems like it's not, can't put it all together. And Vesia can't throw strikes now.
Yeah.
There you go. Got a pipe one. 3-1. Got to do it again though. You go fastball again, or do you challenge him, or do you drop a slider in there and see if you can get Verdugo jumping?
I don't know, but I don't know how you got ahead of me. We're on the same app.
Oh. Missed and walked him. Yes, Smoltz. I love it. He's like, in this inning, you can make you can make the different videos, what to do and what not to do.
Oh yeah, 1,000%.
Like, it's been a clinic in what not to do.
Man.
Oh, this is a big spot for Gleyber Torres. Keep the line moving.
Yeah.
Starts off 1-0. Ooh, it's a good pitch. Take it. Has not been throwing strikes. Make him throw a couple.
Yeah, you're just gonna roll that over anyways.
Yeah, it's a tough pitch. I mean, best case, you hit a liner at the right fielder. Worst case, you roll over that thing and inning's over. You know, make him throw another one.
It's gonna be interesting
that one.
It's gonna be interesting to see what the Yankees do with him at the end of this year. If they let him walk or somebody
Torres?
or they re-sign him. Yeah.
He's an interesting figure with the Yankees. Like, there's a lot of love and hate for him. Like,
I mean, he's been hot down the stretch, so
to the warning track.
Yeah, just missed it. Dang. Yeah, it will be interesting to see where Gleyber goes.
Yeah, I mean, he's got value. He's not a great defender. He's a good defender. He's a bit of a lazy defender. He can hit. He's shown he can hit.
Yeah. They have him ranked at the top of second baseman available in free agency. Brandon Lau.
Ranked where?
They have him listed first.
Yeah, I think he's. I think he's a pretty attractive target because he can do a lot of things.
He's only 28.
Yep. I have to believe he's a guy they'll try to bring back. Is he homegrown?
Yes.
Sure. Or is he a trade?
I want to say he's homegrown, but something's also telling me something about Minnesota for whatever reason. Am I thinking somebody else?
Maybe. I was thinking Philadelphia, but
it says Yankees 2018. Where's the show minors button? Yeah, Scranton, Trenton, Scottsdale.
Okay, so he was New York all the way through. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh no. Myrtle Beach, South Bend, Tampa, Scottsdale. He was with the Cubs very, very early in his career, back in 14.
He did. He think he came over with a Aroldis Chapman deal.
Oh yeah.
Does that make sense? 2016. Yeah. So that's when the Cubs won the World Series.
Yep.
He
came over to the Yankees.
In the Aroldis Chapman deal.
So he played A ball for the Cubs, and then he did everything else with the Yankees.
Yeah.
AA, AAA, then up to the big club.
Yeah. I thought there was another team in there, but I couldn't think of it. But yeah, so you got, I think your top catching free agents, you got not a whole lot.
That's a tough position in general.
They're all old. Agashioka is 35. I didn't realize he was that old. That's crazy. Darno's 36, but he's got a club option. Yeah, not much talent there. First base, you got Christian Walker and Pete Alonso that are gonna, I think, head those. But Walker's interesting because he's 34.
Yeah, I mean he's still got a few good years left, but he's not a young guy who's going to sign a big deal.
Josh Bell's only 32, but he's been hopping around like crazy at the deadline the last 4 years. So he's kind of an interesting one.
He is.
Second base, you got Torres. Brandon Lau has a club option, so I'm guessing the Rays. I don't know. Rays are in sell. Maybe they won't option. Maybe they won't give him that option. But not a true free agent. Willie Adames, that's a big one. I don't know where he goes. What team needs a shortstop? Giants.
I mean,
Dodgers.
Giants. Mariners are all set there.
Red Sox.
I mean, if Trevor Story's not healthy, yeah. Could he play second base? I actually wouldn't be surprised if Torres is the guy the Red Sox look at. They'll probably be in on him because they're in on everybody, but they won't sign him.
Right. So Cole is back out there. Yeah, I say you just ride him as long as you can at this point. Third baseman, Alex Bregman is an interesting one. Do you think he stays in Houston or do you think he goes? Because I hadn't heard anything about Alex Bregman even trying to negotiate anything with the Astros this season.
No, they didn't. They really didn't talk, and Bregman made it seem like he was gone. Like he did the farewell tour at the end of the season. Like it seemed like he was prepared to move on.
Yeah.
So I don't know where that leaves him, but I know that players like Altuve are making a huge deal out of re-signing him. The front office really hadn't opened up any conversations. He was acting like he was leaving, so I don't know. I really have no idea.
Third base, though. Who needs a third baseman? Yankees. If Torres goes, you move Chisholm to second and you put Bregman at third.
Yeah. Easy. Cole's still just pumping fastballs by these guys.
Yeah. Well, he's like, yeah, I got to strike everybody else because clearly nobody can catch the ball behind me. Yohan Moncada at third base. Interesting one. He's 30. Club option. We know what the White Sox are. Do they pick up his club option?
Say that again?
Yohan Moncada for the
Yep.
White Sox has a club option.
Oh, no, you let that guy go.
Yeah.
He's got no value. You let him go, and he may find a home somewhere as a backup on a cheap deal, but no, I think it's you move on from him.
Okay. Outfield, you got some interesting ones here.
Because if you're the White Sox, why pay a guy like that when you're not going to win anyways?
Well, I mean, that's fair, but you also have nobody to bring people to the ballpark either, unless you're chasing history in a bad way. Ugh.
That was scary for a minute.
I was gonna. Soto's like, Judge, I got it. Just move. Yikes. All right. There's some outfielders here that could be good fits on some teams. O'Neill, Profar, Conforto, Verdugo. Tommy Pham will sign somewhere.
Where was Conforto this year? Was he in San Francisco?
Yeah. Winker, Duvall's 36. That's interesting. Eddie Rosario is only 33. He's a free agent.
He's only 33. Yeah. Feels like he's been around a long time.
Right. Bellinger can opt out. I don't know if he will. I think he'll stay one more year. You got Bader. Pilar announced his retirement, so he's gone. Kike Hernandez. And then the big one, Juan Santander.
Soto sweepstakes. Yeah, Santander that's a guy who's going to get a lot. Yeah, Santander. That's going to get a lot of attention.
Yep. Teoscar Hernandez. Max Kepler's a sleepy one too.
That's a good one.
Hayward won't. He might retire. I mean, he's 35, but I don't know if he'll really seek anything or be in demand. Marcelo Zuna has a club option. Braves will probably pick that up, I would guess.
Why wouldn't you? He was all you had this year.
Yep. Jock Peterson's a mutual option. I think he liked it in Arizona this year. I wouldn't be surprised if he stays. JD is 37, but he's a free agent. And then, the pitchers. Corbin Burns, Cole, Snell can both opt out. But we think Cole's going to opt out and just re-sign with the Yankees for the bigger deal. Max Fried, Flaherty.
Fried is one of those guys with injury history. I'm not sure what he gets. Flaherty's earned himself a paycheck with this postseason. He's still Jekyll and Hyde, but he's shown that he has ace stuff sometimes.
Yeah. Nick Pivetta, free agent. Charlie Morton. He's 41 though. Bieber, Patrick Corbin, Quintana, Lorenzen, Clevenger, Trevor Williams. Wow. Severino's
going to earn himself a paycheck.
Yeah. There's some interesting names in the starting pitching. Walker Buehler's a free agent.
Yeah, he's a confusing one.
Yeah. Carlos Carrasco, he's 38. Wow. Yeah, there's some interesting names I'm going to have to put together for our free agent guesses for sure. Because there's a lot. But, yeah. All right, bottom of the 6th. I looked up real quick and thought that was Johnny Cueto, but it's Gratterall.
I miss Johnny Cueto.
Is he just yapping at Soto a little bit?
I don't know. Gratterall's an interesting character.
Yeah. I would just stay in the set until Soto gets back in the box.
That was so weird. I mean, the umpire's like, "Are you seeing me? Like, I don't want to move until I know you've seen me." Ooh, Soto might have chased one there. Good eye. That a boy. Soto doing what Soto does. That guy walks like it's like he's an 80-year-old woman at the mall.
Let's just keep re-showing this home run and this catch at the wall.
The drop. You need to hit a bomb here, Judge, to make up for it. You owe your team something.
I mean, I can't even tell where he went wrong there. Like, Kike wasn't going anywhere.
No, he just he took his eyes. He looked up to spy. I think he was hoping he had a shot to throw or to see if he was tagging, which would be insane on a ball hit like that.
Right.
Oh, he just missed that one. Oh.
He blew that one by him. $45-5 when they both home. Oh, that might have been strike 3. That was caught not correctly.
Gratterall's struggling to find the plate now. He's trying to throw that slider that breaks away to get him to chase it, but he can't. He keeps throwing it way out.
Yeah, non-competitive pitches.
You're just making it too easy on him. Oh, he just missed that one too. That one he got pretty clean.
He looks so much better at the plate. He looks so much
better.
more comfortable.
I don't know what they did, but he looks different.
He looks, I was going to say, he looks a little bit more open on the right. Maybe not.
Man, how do you turn? That 99-mile-per-hour fastball was probably 6 or 8 inches off the plate inside, and he just turned and rolled it over at their dugout. Like, how do you turn on that?
Dude, these guys are freaks. I can't even turn around a 60-mile-an-hour in my heyday. I get it in on the hands like that, dude. There's no way.
Like, how do you turn that over at 99? It just shows you how fast their hands are.
Yeah.
Man, oh man.
It's like the guys that just turn around 103 like it's no big deal.
It's friggin' scary. Ooh, that was a borderline pitch that went Judge's way.
Wow.
That's a nasty pitch.
I want that if I'm Gratterall.
Oh, I do for sure want that.
Oh, that's a strike for sure.
Oh, that's like red on the black.
Oh,
look at even the Yankees fans are like, whoa. Gratterall, wow. I mean, they've gotten a lot of calls in this series. They can't complain too much, but that's one that as a pitcher you have to have.
Yeah, that
was a disgusting pitch. Just a disgusting pitch. 96-mile-per-hour sinker on the black. I mean, get out.
That's the thing that like blows my mind is like, yeah, the velocity is ridiculous, but the movement, like we've never seen in-person movement like this. You know, like
it's unreal how much the ball moves. Well, that was like how much fun was it watching Michael King pitch in the playoff? Like that. Dude,
oh my, that 14K.
He doesn't throw anything straight.
No.
Oh, Jazz, what are you? Who do you think you are?
He's trying to hit another tank. That's what he's trying to do.
That pitch was up and out of the zone, and he's swinging like he's trying to hit that thing to freaking Queens. Oh, that would have been a nasty bunt if he could have gotten that down the line, he would have caught them all snoozing, I think.
Dude, a bunt. He hit that about 85 miles an hour off the bat.
I know. I think he was trying to push that thing down the line. Problem is, I would have pushed it right into a force out at third. Oh, crap. Judge is so much bigger than was that Edmund that popped up. He popped up and he's like staring at Judge's belly button. Judge is just so much bigger than him. Oh my goodness.
I mean, that's not ideal, but that's all right. You can still get a sac fly here. But if Stanton's hitting it into the outfield, it's going over the it's going over the wall. Thank you, sir. Yeah, we do a show every Monday night at 8 p.m. We have trivia questions and we have news from the week and all of that stuff. Oh, did he get it?
All right. No, sac fly though.
Sac fly.
And Jazz got to second on that. That's pretty impressive.
Yeah, it's smart base running right there.
That's good. Yeah, he read that well.
Yeah. Wait, we have a question of the day? Oh, did I miss that?
It's going along the ticker.
Oh, I didn't even notice that. I'm sitting here on the feed and I didn't even notice.
Yeah, we put it up earlier.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, Josh Hamilton's a
my
great one.
bad. Yeah, Josh Hamilton's a big one.
Yeah, love that.
I'm sitting here like, wait, we have a question of the day.
Yeah, we're on the same live stream, right?
Yeah, my God. Don't mind me, John. I'm just here because I'm good looking. That's all.
That's it. He's just the eye candy.
Yeah.
Nick is
Oh
just the eye
man,
candy.
brutal. Yeah, I mean, yeah, we ran through a few, but Josh Hamilton was, I mean, a great one.
That's a good one, yeah.
4 home runs in a game, like the power he had, like he was.
Well,
Oh
and you think about it, like he was gone for a while, then came back and like just never lost it. Like,
no,
he came back and he was just so good immediately. It's
dude,
just I don't get it.
guys like that make me sick. Where like they can literally just get off the couch and be that freaking good at something. Like it's
Well,
just
that was
like,
what Carpenter last year. It's like, oh, you want
yeah,
me to stop playing the show and come play for real? Why not? I'll be there.
yeah. Oh, I'll just hit 6 home runs in my first 6 games with the Yankees and
Yeah,
call it a day.
whatever. No biggie. I got you.
Yeah, just crazy.
Let me just go dust off my glove and I'll come meet you guys somewhere.
It's a little stiff. I might have to break it back in, but it'll be good.
It's just been sitting around.
God, crazy.
Oh man.
Yeah, John, for the what ifs we came up with, Griffey, like would he have reached the career home run mark? Mike Trout now, I mean, he was just on such a upwards trajectory, and then all his injuries. But I think my biggest one, and it's still going on, is Jacob deGrom. We've just been robbed of him too many times, year after year. I think he's my biggest what if.
I think you look at the Dodgers and you've lost a lot of the end of Kershaw's career.
Yeah.
You've got Glass now. You've lost 2 years of Walker Buehler. You had Gonsolin and May, who came up with such great stuff and immediately hurt.
Yeah.
It's amazing how many of these guys you've seen just miss huge chunks.
And that's what, like, I really, really hope, I've said it before, I really hope that Paul Skeens is here and doesn't spend a significant time on the shelf. I want to see what a guy that can bring it at 100, can drop it down to 85 with his off-speed stuff, his splitter, splinker, whatever the heck you call it.
Yeah, whatever you call that thing.
I want to see what a full career of dominating stuff like that looks like. But unfortunately, the human body is not made to throw at max effort like that for, Nolan Ryan years anymore. Like they're just not. Like
it's amazing that Nolan did it. Like he's a freak of nature. Right.
And he's such an anomaly that, I mean, you look at Sandy Koufax, they're pretty sure. Yeah, Strasburg's a great one. Yeah, Strasburg has to be up there for sure. But yeah, I mean, at some point we're gonna miss significant chunk of time with Skeens, and I hate that. But
yeah, it's like it's like you called it, Nick. The Tommy John's become like an oil change.
Yeah,
like you just accept the fact that you're going to have to go through 1 or 2 of them in your career, and you just prepare for it.
Yeah, but yeah, Strasburg's a huge one. We got into that because the Nationals completely botched his whole retirement, his retirement celebration, and he literally put that organization on his back in 2019 to win that World Series. And the Nationals did nothing but screw him when it comes down to the retirement part of it. Like it was sloppy how they ended it for him.
And they want to argue about the contract, whether or not they're going to pay him out. It's like what the guy did. Like you pay out the rest of his contract, say thank you, and throw him a party in a parade.
The dude threw so much for you that he can't even like play catch with his kids anymore. He physically can't throw a baseball. And you came out and said, "Yeah, we'll see him in the spring of 24."
Yeah. Okay.
What?
That's like a huge. You might as well just flip the guy off because that's
Yeah,
what you did.
absolutely brutal. So, it was funny that you're like, well, maybe you won't see the Dodgers high leverage guys tonight. And look here we go. We got Blake Trinan in the 6th.
I mean, Roberts is playing the high leverage situation. You got to get out of this inning, and Trinan's the guy.
Yep.
You cannot let the Yankees put another run on the board.
Do you think the Oakland A's ever sit in the front office and be like, I wonder what would have happened if we never dealt all these young guys that we've dealt
No,
in the past?
no, it's always been their plan.
Could
I
you
don't think.
imagine the team they would have
Yeah,
if they kept everyone?
I don't think it's. I don't think for them it's necessarily about stockpiling talent and all that. I think for them it's just like, how inexpensively can we build a team that isn't terrible?
I mean, we've talked about it numerous times with Mulder and Hudson and Zito, and then like Trinan coming out of the A's. You had Matt Chapman. You had some great talent be brought up with the A's and just be like, okay, bye. Murphy and Olsen lately. You feel like Rooker and Butler are on that trajectory. They're going to be dealt here soon. But
Volpe, I mean, he's this is a good at bat.
yeah, he's locked in right now.
He is. Oh, darn. Well, at least they retook the lead. There's some energy back in that ballpark. The life has returned. This is actually, I mean, that inning was gross.
Yeah.
That blow-up inning was gross, but it's actually a decent game.
Right. Which is all we've been asking for this whole time, and it really hasn't been.
Yeah, the first 3 games were snooze fests. It was one-sided and just really ugly baseball. This Tom Brady commercial. Can they show it any more times?
I mean, maybe a couple more times.
I
Just
mean, my
during this
goodness,
break.
we get it. Tom Brady's the GOAT, and he's on Fox. Like, stop.
Yeah.
Just stop.
I'm just glad he's finally off a Dallas Cowboys broadcast. Seemed like for the first 5 weeks, that's the only game he had.
I know. It's well, because he was in the B squad, and
Yeah.
since the Cowboys suck this year, they're not the A game each weekend.
Dude, they're terrible.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
I don't get it. But we'll cover that on the football.
Coaching.
Yeah, we'll cover that on the football podcast next week.
We're starting one?
Yeah, the rounding third football podcast. It makes sense, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Crossing the goal line football podcast. The Double Doink podcast.
The Out of Bounds podcast. That actually might already be one.
No, we should be like the Pass Interference podcast because Although I do love all these memes with Patrick Mahomes. Yeah.
Yeah.
Before the snap, pass interference on the play.
Oh, that
It's
one's hilarious.
yeah. There's so many good ones out there. Oh man. Here we go. All right. Cole's back out there, top of the order.
Yeah, you have to. Game 7's completely out of the question now.
He's at 98 pitches. If you can
Yeah.
get through these guys, you may not see them again. And I think if I'm Boone, that's what I'm thinking. If I can get Cole through Otani, Betts, and Freeman, there's a chance I don't see them again tonight. And that's a good thing.
Yeah. That's a good one, John, too. Delman Young. For sure. I definitely remember him. Yeah,
I think there's a nut job, if I recall.
I think there's a lot of guys that also fit into that category where like they came up with a lot of hype and then just never, for whatever reason, never like quite got there. I mean, Delvin Young played for, says 10 years here. I mean, 109 home runs, 566 RBIs.
Well, and I think of players like the Upton brothers who came up with a ton of hype, and they were good, but they weren't they weren't going to change the world. You know, Jameson Taillon was like the next big thing in baseball.
Yeah.
And never really materialized. I think there's a lot of those guys that come up with this crazy amount of hype that they just can't live up to.
Yeah. Bobby Witt Jr., for instance.
Yeah, he's not good.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a good play right there. Quick one on Betts.
Dude, how did you get ahead of me again? What is going on here?
Yeah, Craig, Cole's good enough for 120 pitches. Honestly, this might be one of those nights where you just let him keep taking the ball till he can't.
I mean, I don't think you want to bring this bullpen in if you don't have to. No, and it's the last start of the season. Like you're telling Cole now, this is it for 2024. This is it. Yeah. Go out and give me the rest that you got in the tank.
Yeah. If we're getting back to LA, you need to take us.
And if you're thinking about opting out and re-signing, you're going back out.
Yeah. We'll make sure you're hurt so you don't opt out.
Yeah.
Well, that was who was the pitcher a few years back that had a big opt-out coming up and then got hurt and didn't opt out?
I don't know.
I have to think back.
Well, that's going to be Lucas Giolito this year.
Yeah.
Because he has an opt-out. He can opt out. He pitched, 3 innings for the Red Sox before blowing out his elbow?
Did he even make a start this year? Yeah, spring training, right.
Spring training.
Yeah, we saw him for 15 minutes, then the season was over. Too bad, because I think he would have helped stabilize that rotation. Not that Giolito was going to go set the world on fire, win 20 games, but he would have been better than the guys they ran out in the 5 spot, which was the bullpen half the time.
But
because they didn't have 5 pitchers.
He would have looked good, I think, backing up Tanner Houck. Like their styles are so different that I think they could have pieced a few more together there.
That's it for Cole. 108 pitches.
Well, at least Freeman didn't.
He's not look happy to be giving the ball up.
And that's a strike. I mean, that's a strike.
Yeah. It's not going to be 120 tonight, Craig. Looks like they're going to stop him at 108.
Boone looks like he's miserable.
He does.
He doesn't.
I feel like he always does, though.
But not like that. Like he looks absolutely
that
worse
was weird
than he usually does.
Yeah, that was weird. He seemed like he was genuinely distraught about something.
He looks upset that he has to be there. Man, oh man, that's brutal. Because honestly, that's a fantastic outing for him. That's an unreal outing. I know the scoreboard doesn't show it, but he pitched his ass off tonight.
Yeah.
Those 5
And
runs are
honestly,
not his.
those
Well,
500 runs, I mean, he didn't
They
exactly stop it.
they are. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, Craig. Yeah, it looks like his dog just died for sure. But yeah,
That's a good description of it.
yeah, legit.
Uh,
But Cole could have stopped it covering first. He gets out of that with no run scored.
Yeah.
So, that's a
yeah, they blew that every way possible.
yeah. So Yankees got to find what 7 outs here.
They got to find 7 outs, and you're likely going to get at least Otani and probably Betts again at the top.
Man. Who are they bringing in? Did you see?
I didn't. It's Clay Holmes.
Oh God.
Yeah, Holmes is coming in. That's why Aaron Boone looked like that. He was bringing Holmes in.
Yeah, fair.
Yeah, we figured out the look, Craig. It's because Clay Holmes is coming into the game. That's why Boone looks like his dog died, because he's about to watch his lead go away. Yikes.
I found a list already of the biggest hyped prospects overall for
Oh,
all 30.
yes.
All right, so let's see if you can guess them. Okay. Washington Nationals, there's a tie.
It's got to be Strasburg and Soto.
No,
Harper and Strasburg.
Harper. Yeah, Strasburg. Yeah, Strasburg. Angels.
Gee, I have no idea. It's got to be one of the Molinas, right?
Yeah. Jose Molina.
Trout.
No.
Not Trout?
Nope.
Oh.
He's playing in this game right now. Spent his first 7 years in Anaheim before going to the Dodgers. Leadoff hitter for the Dodgers. Also pitches.
Oh, Otani wasn't a prospect, though.
Well, that's what they're calling it. They're calling him a prospect.
Yeah, he was never. He was an overseas free agent.
Yeah, well,
that's why I'm looking at you like, no, he's not in this game.
That's what he
has. Otani never hit the minor leagues.
Yeah, well, Mike Trout was also considered, but
okay,
they have
Otani's a BS answer. It's definitely
so. I guess it's the most hype surrounding a player that's joining the team. I guess
because he definitely was not a prospect.
Yeah, that's not how it's titled. It's titled most hyped prospect, but he's not a prospect. So we'll just say most hyped to join the team.
Perfect. Okay, that's
Kansas City Royals.
I mean, the natural reaction is Witt, but I don't think he was a highly touted prospect.
No, this is a guy that played in the 80s and 90s. 2-sport athlete. We'll give it away.
Oh, Bo.
Yeah, Bo Jackson.
Because I was going to say maybe Brett, but like the minors also weren't really well covered back in the 70s and 80s. Like you didn't.
Right.
Now you know every prospect in the system. Back then you had no idea.
Right. All right. Mariners, kind of a no-brainer here.
I mean, I guess I would assume it's Griffey.
Yeah. Yeah. A-Rod's a close second.
Not as J-Rod.
A-Rod, not J-Rod, would be second.
Oh, yeah. Good point. I skipped over him.
Let's see. The Toronto Blue Jays, most hyped prospect.
Olerud?
Nope, he was considered, but not him.
Because the dude skipped the minors altogether.
Right. It's someone still playing currently.
Vladdy?
Yeah. Yeah, Vlad Guerrero Jr.
How was that not a strike? Did that actually miss?
Yeah, it got too much.
Miss. Oh.
I was going to say, it got too much white, I guess.
Yeah, I thought that was in the zone, but it's hard because Muncy's got a weird strike zone. Damn.
Dang. Atlanta
Sorry,
Braves.
I was shocked by that.
That's fine.
Braves. Chipper?
It is a Jones, but it's not Chipper.
Andrew.
Yep. Should be Hall of Famer.
Yeah. Yeah.
Ooh,
Tell me about it.
Chicago Cubs. This is an interesting one. He is also in this game in some sort of fashion.
Wow, that's a big strikeout for Clay Holmes. Holy cow. Craig, you can breathe again now. He got out.
Wow.
He's in this. What do you mean he's in this game, sort of?
He is in this game in some capacity.
Oh, Lord.
So he's not playing necessarily, but he's on.
Oh, Pryor.
Yeah, Mark Pryor.
Yeah, Pryor. My first thought would have been Kerry Wood, but Pryor was.
He's highly considered.
Yeah, you're right, John. It's Pryor.
Let's see.
Yeah, Craig, you can breathe again.
New York Mets. This is definitely, I think, a big hype that didn't necessarily pan out how they thought. And once you hear this name, you'll be like, oh, yeah. So Seaver, Strawberry, and Gooden are not it. I would say 90s, 88 to 90s.
Okay, so it's not like any of the pitchers that came through there either. Oh, Matt Clement, that's a good what if, John.
Oh, Matt Clement's a good one, yeah. Greg Jeffries.
So
it's Greg Jeffries for the Mets.
Really?
Yeah, he was the biggest hype, and then just didn't really.
I mean, yeah, he was kind of one of those guys he was around a while, but he was kind of an unremarkable player.
In the minors, he was like unstoppable, so that's why he had the big hype.
Okay.
Tampa Bay Rays.
Is it Wander?
Yeah, it is Wander.
The man we don't speak of?
Yeah. St. Louis Cardinals biggest prospect or biggest hype. Had a brother. He played for the Red Sox at one point. Had a brother that played for the Red Sox. One
Drew?
of Sean's, JD Drew.
I mean, the dude won the Golden Spikes at Florida State. He was an All-American. Like, when he got drafted, he was like the second coming.
He was the first. That one I believe. He was the first 30-30 player in college in 1997.
Yep.
Oh no, at Florida State, he was the first one.
Yeah,
wait, that sentence is weird.
Seminole.
Drew had been college baseball's first 30-30 player at Florida State. I don't know if that means he was the first college baseball player ever to do 30-30, and he was at Florida State.
He was probably the first 30-30 guy for Florida State.
That's what I'm thinking.
That would make sense.
He hit 455, 31 home runs, 32 steals. Whew.
He was a savage in college.
Wow.
Oh, Rick Ankiel's a good one, John. He was another guy who would have gotten some hype.
He was second. He was on that list. Yep. Also considered Rick Ankiel. Yeah. How about your?
Who would have thought Rick Ankiel would have made his mark as an outfielder, not as a pitcher? When all was said and done.
Yeah. Oh, for the Mets, Kaz Matsui, that would have been a good guess too.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be somebody like Edgardo Alfonso or
somebody like that. Yeah,
Reyes, somebody like that. But
David Wright. Yeah.
Right, yeah.
Minnesota Twins.
Buxton. No, Mauer.
He's second. Mauer's first. Yeah, Buxton's second.
Yes, Mauer. As I'm saying that, I'm like, no.
Oh, this is a name I haven't heard in forever for the Oakland Athletics. A pitcher.
Is it Hudson, Mulder, Zito? Any of those guys?
It's not.
Jeez. Before them or after them?
Before them. Probably a generation before them. Like early 90s, early to mid 90s.
Is this like Apier? Is this the Mark Apple guy?
It's not Mark Apple. It's Todd Van Poppel.
Oh, Todd Van Poppel. Yeah.
You remember him?
Yeah. I do remember him.
Yeah.
Oh, Houston Street. Yeah. Another good one, John.
Houston Street's a great one. Ben Grieve is on that list. He won Rookie of the Year that year, and then Reggie Jackson, obviously, are also considered.
Yeah, Ben Grieve was a guy who was really good for a little while and then just kind of disappeared.
Yeah.
Ended up in places like Tampa just randomly.
Yep. Miami Marlins.
Was it Fernandez?
No. Was on the Red Sox at one point.
I was just going to ask, is it Hanley? Because, I mean, I know he was pretty hyped.
It's not Hanley. Fernandez was also considered, but it's not Hanley. The other names that were considered were Levon Hernandez, Jeremy Hermida, and Giancarlo Stanton. But this guy was a starting pitcher. Stanton.
Oh, Miggy, yeah, just another one, John, you think would get some consideration.
Yeah, not Miggy.
Beckett?
Beckett, yeah, it's Beckett.
Yeah, he was such a huge deal when he came up.
Yeah. Arizona Diamondbacks, you already mentioned this guy as one of the two brothers.
Oh, so not BJ, Justin.
Yep, Justin Upton, good. Also considered Travis Lee was the other one that had some hype.
Yeah, I believe that. He had a lot of hype. And he was a good ball player, but just not that.
Biggest hype for the Dodgers. Current player.
Lately it's been Gavin Lux.
Yeah, it's not him. He's on the list, believe it or not, but he's not.
Are they counting Yamamoto because he signed there?
Not Yamamoto.
Okay.
This guy just signed a huge free agent deal a couple of years ago.
With the Dodgers?
No.
Oh, okay. It's like, wait a second.
Came up with the Dodgers, signed with another team.
God, okay, because like my mind was going to a lot of other players like Beltre and
Beltre's on there. So they had Bobby Valentine, Mike Marshall, Paul Konerko, Adrian Beltre, Clayton Kershaw, Gavin Lux as they're also considered, but this one takes the cake.
Yasiel Puig. It's got to be Bellinger, right?
Not Bellinger. He's not even considered. This guy also signed with this team the same time his double playmate did.
Oh, is it Seager?
Yeah, it's Corey Seager.
Yep. That makes sense.
Ooh, San Francisco Giants. Not Buster Posey.
Craig, not on the list. we got you. We understood what you meant. All right, I'm sorry. So the Giants.
Not Buster Posey.
Was it Mad Bum?
No, not Mad Bum. You're around the same time though, and same position.
Oh, Lincecum.
Lincecum, yeah.
Yes, it's got to be Lincecum. Who another guy who like fantastic for a little while and then just poof gone.
Yeah. Two no hitters, right? I think he's got two.
I think it's two.
I mean, when he was on, man, he talk about unhittable.
But like he was such a small guy to generate that kind of power. Like no wonder his body fell apart.
Yeah, he reminded you of like Pedro, that tiny, wiry guy that just came at you with like all arms and legs and just beat you.
Craig, you asking about Brian Wilson? The closer with the crazy closer with the beard?
Yeah. Yep, John got it. Lincecum, yep, nice.
Yeah, nice, John.
All right. Padres' biggest hype, current player.
Oh, Tatis.
Yep, Tatis. Ooh.
Yeah, Craig's like, yeah. So, funny story, Craig. So, Brian Wilson, he's from Londonderry, New Hampshire. And I used to play against him in high school because he went to Pinkerton. He was a year older than me.
So he's my class, 02?
I think it was in your class, yeah. I think he was a year older than me, but I played against him twice. And he threw, I mean, you want to talk about guys I faced that threw 98, he threw 96 at 16.
That's so stupid, dude.
Yeah. He threw 96 at 16.
Yeah, I've told
I
you.
mean, it was wild. You'd get up like the sizzle and pop of the pitches that went by. It was something else. Plus, he had a nasty curveball and a slider. So
Yeah, I've told you this story before, but I faced Mark Rogers. Mark Rogers got a
yeah,
$2.5 million signing bonus from the Milwaukee Brewers out of high school. And in Maine baseball, that's unheard of. Like that it
no,
doesn't happen. I
it
faced
doesn't.
him in the playoffs. He was a freshman. He was 14 throwing 95. And he threw me a first pitch fastball. I watch it go by. Second pitch fastball, I actually foul it straight back. And that was my biggest mistake because he throws me an 0-2 breaking ball that I bailed on that landed at about belt high in the middle of the strike zone. And as I started to duck out of the way, I just kept walking back towards the dugout because I knew it was dropping in for strike three. It was something I had never seen like that. And the kid was 14. It was
That's
another
gross.
level. And like I'm not to
Gross.
toot my own horn. I was a pretty decent baseball player back in the day. And he made me look like an absolute fool. And I was like, okay, like this kid's on another level. It's wild. But
Yep.
all right.
Yeah.
Milwaukee.
So funny story about Brian Wilson, not related to pitching. So his senior year, he wasn't allowed to pitch because he committed to Team USA, and then he'd already signed his letter of intent with LSU, so he was not allowed to pitch as a senior in high school. So he played like the outfield, but he could hit. So you remember those 2-piece bats?
Yeah, like the connections.
Yeah. So he had in the middle. I was playing third, and he swung and fouled the ball off and snapped the head off that thing and sent it right up over my head into left field. It almost reached the left fielder on the fly, but absolutely snapped the head right off one of those 2-piece bats and launched it to left field. It was the craziest thing I've seen to see a metal bat snap like that.
Those Easton connections were either absolute fire or they were absolute crap because they would break like that.
They did, and they would like you'd lose like a seal, or you get like a small crack where the piece is connected, and the thing would just be dead all of a sudden, completely dead.
Yeah.
I used it one time. I never swung one of those ever again. I hated the feeling. They were off balance. I hated those bats. Hated them.
The scariest broken bat that I ever had is we were playing Savannah College Art and Design at St. Joe's, and it's April 1st. If you've ever played baseball in Maine on April 1st, it's 27 degrees. It was flurrying. It was snowing. And this kid hits it on the barrel, and the bat just explodes. The Omaha Gold explodes.
Oh, I love the gold.
Oh my God, the balls would fly off that thing. And do you have it? That's sick, dude. That thing would fly, dude.
Omaha Gold, baby.
I sent so many balls over the wall with that puppy. But
and then we got the Omaha XS that came out the next year.
That one was just as good too.
So my wife actually got me a bat rack. So I'm setting up a little space where I can hang my old bats and all my game balls in the display case.
That's sick. I had the Easton 777 too. I loved the 777. That one was good too. But
yeah. And then of course you have to have a whole variety of the Rawlings black big sticks with all the marks on them. The wooden bats from the summer leagues.
Yeah, absolutely.
But yeah, so I've got all of my game used bats here from high school and college that I'm going to hang up.
That's awesome. Yeah, so I had an Omaha Gold break, and the barrel came at me, and I went like this, and the ball trickled by me at third base, and coach took me out, and I go, "That's fine. I'm done."
You got a stealth over there too. I don't. I was always an Omaha fan. I got the 2 Omahas and some wooden bats.
Dude, the stealths were good.
I was never a stealth guy. I didn't like any of the DeMarini single wall bats. I hated those. I loved the Omaha. Although I will say before the Omaha, I loved the Copperhead. You ever hit with the Copperhead?
Oh my God, dude! Yes, when
those things were sick,
dude. Those bats were cheating because they were drop 5. I remember. So
yeah, John, tell me you know the Copperhead. You have to know the Copperhead.
So my freshman sophomore year, it was drop 5.
Yeah, these were and then they changed the rules and all was drop 3 after that.
Yeah, and I was like, God, these bats are heavy. I was like,
they made them heavier and they killed them. They like deadened the barrels too.
Yeah. Have you hit with any of the BB Core bats?
Yes.
They're weird.
They are weird. Like they sound metal, they feel wood, and the ball just it sounds hot, but it comes off dead.
Yeah,
It's weird.
Yeah, it's really weird. But
yeah, John knows the Copperheads. Freaking Copperheads were a goat.
How about the Eastern reflexes? The reflexes had some pop too.
Yeah, like I'm sad like we didn't get to participate in the days like the Hype Fury and all that stuff that's out there now, but we had some disgusting bats back in the day, the Copperheads, the Omahas, the DeMarini Monstro single wall bats. Like there was some crazy stuff.
Dude, I have hit some bombs in my day with those bats, but I don't know if they would go nearly as far today with the bats that they use. I mean, I have 2 or 3 home runs in my career, probably over 420, but there's no way they're going 420 with the bats they're using now.
No way.
But yeah, those bats would crank, dude. It was unreal.
Yeah, I hit a ball in Dover up on the top of the school across the parking lot. Yeah. That would probably be a fly ball to the warning track with the bats they have now. Like,
right?
There's so much deader.
Yeah. My furthest one, probably my second home run at Hadlock Field, was one of my furthest balls I've ever hit. And then
Hadlock's a poke.
Yeah, that was over the clock. My second one, it was tanked. It was a spinning slider about shoulder high, and I just cleared it out. But another spinning slider, chest high. I hit it over the 360 mark. Across the road, there was an embankment and then trees, and then I hit it halfway up the trees. Like it had to have been 420 plus.
That's like watching Delfonso hit softballs.
No, that kid's.
I played fall softball with him a couple of years ago, and I was like, dude, it's not right. Like
I've never seen a softball be able to be hit 400 feet, and that kid would do it on the regular. It was nuts.
On a line, like on a backspin line. Like
absolute nuts. All right, back to prospects.
Oh yeah, back to prospects. Sorry, we went right into metal bats, and here we go back into our heyday.
Did you ever see that? Going back to metal bats real quick, that April Fool's joke in like 1989 where they were going to give all the guys
with the major leaguers. Yeah, I love that. Yeah, Craig.
Yeah, no joke.
So for any of you listening who don't know, Anthony Alfonso is a guy that we know who you played baseball with him, Nick. I've played softball with him, but he played in the Mexican League. He's been on the podcast. He was an incredible hitter. But when you see a guy like that hit, the sound, the look of it, the distance it travels, like he was hitting softballs in our fall league, 3/4 of the way up the light poles on a line into the woods, like to the point people didn't even go look for him. Like it was a joke how far they would travel.
Yeah, he won the home run derby in the Mexican League. He won the Triple Crown in the Mexican League, and now he runs a hitting academy in Maine. Triple Crown hitting academy.
Dude.
So check him out. Yeah, I mean, his knowledge, it's unreal. But to hear his story when he came on, like his journey through Mexico and all that stuff, like it was wild. As a teammate, he never I played with him before he did all of that, but it was really cool. But yeah, I mean, one of the best hitters, if not the best hitter I've ever seen in person on a team. Like wild. But all right. Most hyped Brewers prospect. Not Robin Yount. No, not Churio. This article was probably written before Churio was born.
Okay.
Not Fielder? Robin Yount and not Ben Sheets. Nope, not Fielder. This guy bounced around to a whole bunch of different teams and probably should be in the Hall of Fame.
So not Braun.
Nope.
You said not Yount.
Not Yount. He was considered, but it's not him.
Craig's asking, is it Rogers?
Nope. Ricky Weeks? No, that's a good guess. Not Ricky Weeks.
Oh, that's a really good guess. Yeah. Lyle Overbay? Sheffield?
Yeah, Gary Sheffield.
As a Brewer?
As a Brewer. Yep.
Boy, this game is about to get away from the Yankees.
Yeah, this is not pretty.
If they blow this game, man, it's gonna be Luke Weaver's coming in. Talk about putting some pressure on him.
How about your Houston Astros? Current player not playing for the Astros anymore.
Correa?
Correa, yes. Good.
Yeah, he came up with a lot of hype. I mean, if not for the injuries and the fact he's always banged up, he probably would be that player.
Yep.
Craig. Yes, they are.
Cincinnati Reds.
Oh, there's so many lately. Is it one of the current prospects?
No, but this guy probably not what you're thinking. He was an absolute speed demon around the time that Griffey came over to the Reds.
Is this Billy Hatcher?
Not Hatcher. More recent than Hatcher, but Billy's right.
Well, okay.
Billy's right, but it's not Hatcher.
Oh.
Griffey came over in the 2000s. Hatcher was in the 90s.
Oh, yeah. Who was the speed demon after that? I'm
Billy, center fielder.
Yep. Oh God. I got Hatcher stuck in my brain now.
It does start with an H.
Hamilton?
Yes, it's Hamilton.
Yeah.
Billy Hamilton.
Man, I can picture him, but I'm like, once I said Hatcher, I couldn't take it back.
Yeah.
Yeah, John got it too.
Yeah. Let's see. Huh. Interesting. Philadelphia Phillies.
It's not the obvious ones like Howard or
No.
Hamels?
No. I don't think you're going to get this one. It's Dominic Brown.
Yeah. Like the one who played for the Red Sox this year?
I think so, yeah. 2011. Yeah, I never would have. I don't even have clues to give you that one, to be honest.
I say there's absolutely no reason to guess him.
No, Pat the Bat Burrell was also considered, but Dominic Brown had bigger hype, supposedly. His breakout season in 2010 in the minors, he was 327 across double and AAA. Cleveland.
Craig, hey, did you hang on?
Yeah.
Matt Antonelli. Is he the guy that's the announcer for the Sea Dogs now? I played everything up until college in New Hampshire. So if he was a Mainer, then it wouldn't have been somebody I would have come across necessarily.
I don't know.
I did face Mark Rogers, but that was in AAU ball. We were on travel teams, but I don't recall that name. Oh yeah, Doug's right. Tom Smith, wrong one.
Oh right.
Yeah, thank you, Doug, for catching that.
Close enough. No, he was a Mass, New Hampshire guy.
Oh.
Is that English? How can you be a Mass, New Hampshire guy?
What year was he?
He lived in both?
What is it? He's a year younger than me. Nationals, Orioles, Yankees, Indians. I might have, because back then I played AAU travel ball. We had a team in New Hampshire. There's a few teams in Mass. It's possible. Okay, he was at a Peabody, Mass.
He played at Vanderbilt. All the good kids from Maine and New Hampshire and New England go to Vanderbilt.
They do. It's St. John's Prep. I played with a bunch of guys from St. John's Prep.
Have you heard the Vanderbilt coach talk about why he takes kids out of the Northeast?
No.
It's because of the conditions we play in.
Oh yeah, if you can succeed here, you can do it anywhere.
Yeah.
Matt Antonelli. He looks familiar.
Well, we got a tie ball game, folks.
Oh boy.
We got 6-6 bottom of the 8th, first and third. Wow.
I don't know, Craig. I might have if he played like for the New England Lightning or something like that. I likely did play against him. I don't remember the name necessarily.
Wow. This is where Shohei Otani puts the cherry on top right here.
Yeah, this is where he
bad
has
shoulder and all.
Yeah, he's got no home runs, no RBIs, and he's looking to change that right now. Man. Another bad swing. He's just reaching. Wait, what? What?
Catcher interference. Wow.
And Wells isn't arguing it. Oh. I don't see him hit the glove.
No, he probably just heard Shohei Otani's shoulder pop. That's probably what he heard.
I don't know. He might actually kind of hit the pocket on the way by.
Oh, he definitely did. You can see it.
Yeah.
And Craig, yes, you can make that call in the World Series because clearly he did.
Now you can. Doesn't necessarily mean you should. I think that's what you're getting at.
Right.
Can you and should you are different things.
I think you're right.
He definitely He definitely got the pocket.
Dude, what a call by the home. Oh yeah, what a call by the home plate umpire right there.
And that's such a gift because Otani's like swinging one arm. Now you bring Mookie up.
Where the base is jacked.
Yeah.
Wow. So we're definitely gonna. This is a topic we're gonna do in the off season. But yeah, what one season wonders, that's gonna be a show segment for sure in the off season. That I've been doing some research here and there and making a list of guys, but Dontrell's definitely in there for sure.
Yeah, I mean, he was a 500 pitcher or worse his whole career, except for that 22-10 season.
Yeah.
Oh, that's not good. Okay, it's just a fly out. Sack fly, 7-6 game.
With a little fist pump.
Unreal. That is. The Yankees just continue to hurt themselves time and time again.
That inning is not championship caliber. That inning kills you. That
inning and this inning, like the walks and.
Yep.
Like you want to win championships, you can't have one, let alone 2 innings like that.
You also can't leave that pitch there. He's looking for something up to drive it in the outfield. Yeah. You got to be down around the knees.
You got to be throwing change-ups down in the way and sinkers down and in, so we pound something into the ground.
You can't put one belt tie above.
And you're not out of this inning because now you got to deal with Freddie, who's had a pretty good series.
Dude, how do you take that pitch? Whew. But yeah, I don't know what you're doing throwing a fastball above the waist there, unless it's an absolute waist pitch up around the shoulders.
He made the flat brim thing. He made it a thing.
Oh,
I mean, I remember like in Little League, it was like the Ken Griffey Jr. batting stance, like all kinds of crazy stuff. But yeah, the flat brim like became a thing. For me, it was warming up before the game. It was the Dontrell Willis leg kick, the El Duque leg kick, and the Hideo Nomo windup. And the knuckleballs. You had to throw a bunch of knuckleballs in warm-ups. Yeah, absolutely. I still do that. I still do it today. If I have a ball in my hand, I throw a knuckleball. Yep. Man.
Yeah, his leg kick was wild.
Yeah. Well, and you had El Duque, where like he shoved the hands down when the leg came up.
Yeah.
It's like this whole crazy combination of motion.
What?
Oh, you can't throw that pitch to Freddie. You're lucky the thing's still in the ballpark.
Walker Bueller's warming up right now. What?
Wait, what?
Walker Bueller's thrown in the bullpen right now. The score is 7-6 Dodgers in the top of the 8th.
Yeah, Dodgers just took the lead in the top of the 8th inning. Did you say Walker Bueller's warming up?
Yeah, they just showed him warming up in the bullpen.
Isn't he pitching in Game 6? Wouldn't he be next? No, it's Yamamoto next, then Walker Buehler after that. He'd be Game 7. So I guess you could treat today like a bullpen day. Let him come out and throw 20 pitches and get his work in on the mound. Huh. That's an interesting call.
That's not the button I meant to press. It's this one.
What's happening?
Nice. I changed the ticker.
There we go.
Yeah.
Boy, this from the way this game started to where we are now. Holy cow.
I mean, you
5-0, and the Yankees had a couple chances to put it away, and all of a sudden now it's 7-6.
I mean, we're sitting here talking about what the Yankees could possibly be doing in games 6 and 7 to, save Garrett Cole.
Yeah, we were starting to wonder when is the right time to start looking ahead? Well, apparently it's not. It's not at all.
So right now we were jumping back and forth between the game, and we were going team by team and talking about which players had the most hype coming up for their organization. But
John, I feel like we're linked here.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Although I in high school threw a knuckleball as a changeup on several occasions.
Never could.
I actually got to a point where I could throw a decent one. And it was more like hitters would be like, "What the hell was that?"
Yeah. I threw a splitter, but sometimes my splitter would come out kind of like as a knuckle. It just wouldn't tumble as much as I wanted it to.
Yeah, I was fastball, curveball, changeup, and none of them were really all that good.
Amen. Well, you weren't on the team yet, but my freshman year I came in as a pitcher and infielder in college. And the kid in front of me walks the bases loaded, walks 2 runs in. He leaves with an infinity ERA. He never recorded an out in his college career. He dropped off the team. He left with an infinity ERA. My parents had just finished the 24-hour drive down to Florida. They pull up the chairs back behind the backstop. As I'm finishing my warm-up pitches, my first college pitch gave up a grand slam.
Oh my God.
Yeah. I got the next 2 outs, and coach comes up to me and he goes, "Let's just stick to the infield." And I go, "Good call."
Yeah. Yeah. Coming out of high school, I got the question of I was a decent pitcher, but it was only because I had playing third base, you tend to have a good arm, so I could throw hard.
Yeah, right.
But I didn't really have great mechanics. I didn't have great command. Like I could throw strikes and mix it up just enough. But I remember the first conversation I had with every college coach: "You going to pitch in college?" "Nope." "Okay." "Don't want to pitch in college." "No, I do not." Like we talked last time, like the showcase, the Baseball Factory Perfect Game Showcase Series. Yeah. So like, you want to pitch? Nope. I don't even want to show it off.
Yep. No.
Because it's not that good, and I don't want to do it anymore.
Right.
Like the problem was, like in middle school, high school ball, like if you have a decent arm, like you're going to end up pitching, whether you want to or not.
Yeah, that was me. Like I started as a catcher, and then after they saw my arm behind the plate, they're like, "Yeah, you need to go pitch."
Yeah, everybody thinks that like if you got a good arm, you have to pitch. It's like not necessarily. And then Arnold turns into the best third baseman in history. Jesus, Doug, is he paying you off?
He's seen me play some third base in softball, man. I was a vacuum over there back in my day,
With your one-step range?
dude. It's all about quickness.
Yeah.
I'm quick. I'm quick. I'm not fast. I'm
Yeah.
quick. I'm not fast. There's a big difference.
That's what she says.
Well, as long as I get mine. But yeah, so yeah, like I was never built for speed, but I can read a ball off the bat, and I had a quick
Yeah.
first step, and that's all that matters at third base. That's all
it.
that matters.
Most plays, it's a step and a dive because you don't have much more time than that.
Third base is awesome because if you get a ball absolutely laced at you and you miss it, you don't look terrible because it was laced.
Well, is that a compliment?
I was going to say that like, doesn't help my case, Doug.
That just sounds mean.
But like if you made a play on one of those rockets hit down the line, then you look like an all-star. That's why I love third base.
Well, and the beauty of third base is like you could literally just knock the ball down and you've got time because you usually have a good enough arm to make up for it. And they're like 2 steps out of the box when the ball's at your feet.
Yeah. I would play even with a bag in slow pitch softball, and people are like, what are you doing? Like, why do you play that close? And I go, because you cut down the angle. I can get to more balls this way, believe it or not.
Yep. Yeah, I always played even with the bag in high school and AAU and all that because I could read a bunt if I needed to. I could come across the middle and pick up a chopper that a shortstop had to range too far for.
Yep.
And there's better angles. Playing deep at third isn't helping you because now everything's so much farther in front of you.
Yeah.
You want to react, not have to like sit there and read it.
Right.
And then you get all those crazy friggin' in-between hoppers at third, like the strange like top spin. You get all those top spin choppers at you that were like friggin' awful. They'd hit the ground and it would explode on you.
Yeah.
I want to get that like on the second hop, not on the fifth. And then it hits the dirt and all bets are off. It hits somebody's cleat mark and it goes friggin' left.
Dude, if a ball bounces on the dirt a third time,
that one. Yeah, I never wanted to be in a spot where the ball was going to get on the dirt with a bounce because it would go anywhere it wanted.
Yeah.
That was a rocket.
Yeah. He looks good, but it might be a little too late.
You got Jazz coming up. I mean, base hit ties this game up, but they're going to make us pitching change or let Trine and pitch to Jazz. Jazz Chisholm 0 for 17 with runners in scoring position. That's good. That's the guy you want up right now. Yeah, speaking of them liner down the third baseline. And that's the thing, like Muncy, if Muncy had like another split second to react, he would have caught that. He had the height. It was behind him when he jumped.
Yeah.
Because that thing was an absolute rocket.
Dude, I had one in college where I thought it was a screamer off the bat. So I jumped and he must have gotten it off the handle because it was just like a floater. And you're
coming down. You're like, no.
Yeah, I'm like trying to hang in the air as long as possible. Just couldn't stay up there long enough. I mean, I only had a 2-inch vertical anyways. So like,
yeah, get a credit card underneath it.
Maybe. But yeah, they're kind of pitching around him here, huh?
Yeah, I don't know that you want Stanton more than you want Jazz. Jazz is over 17 with runners in scoring position. Stanton's continued to hit.
But he's a prime
John. We're in negotiations, John. We're still in negotiations.
Yeah. But Stanton is prime double play candidate, though.
He is. That is true. But Jazz is going to get his head back in this at bat and not keep bitching about the pitch.
Yeah, well, that's what he does. Jazz will be Jazz.
Yeah, he's an emotional player, like they were just saying. That's what happens. You take him right out of it. Whoa! Almost took his head off.
Yeah, Right now, it seems like both bullpens
This
are very thin. Like it's
well, the Dodgers just pitched everybody yesterday,
right.
and they're running a little short on fresh arms. Are they going to
Yeah.
let Trine stay in and pitch this? No, they're going to take him out. Okay.
But it was Bueller warming up earlier. I don't know if that's who's out there right now. It's got to be. I didn't see anybody else.
They've got to be out of arms. I mean, they pitched everybody yesterday, everybody else today.
So then who the heck do they
Oh, he's
start?
staying in. He's staying in.
Look at Dave Roberts being a leader.
Starting to think Nick suspended him. Nick did suspend him without pay. There's a little extra nothing in his paycheck this week.
I'm glad John thinks that I'm the leader of this podcast. Yeah.
Boy, a gapper would be big here because with Jazz's speed, he could come in to score.
Yeah, it has to be a clear double though, because there's only one out.
Exactly. Yeah, it's got to be like in the left center gap and kind of die.
I've said this to you before, but the hardest
Stanton.
he
just missed that one.
The hardest ball I've ever seen hit was by Giancarlo Stanton when he was in Miami. He hit a ground ball through the shortstop hole, like on the ground, like it was a worm burner. He hit it so hard that it still got to the wall on the ground, like not bouncing,
my goodness,
not bouncing, like
rolling through all that grass.
Yeah, on the ground all the way to the wall. And I was like, you have got to be kidding me. Oh, he was out in front. He was out in front just a little bit.
Yep, he was. He got the pitch he wanted to try to drive it to right center, and now you got Rizzo up, who's 2 for 15. And every slider they just throw at his ankles, and he swings at it. This is not the guy that you want up right now. He's done nothing.
But you don't have any left-handed bats on the bench, do you? Oh, that's a tough strike call.
That is a tough one.
Yep. That's what Stanton's done all year.
Yep.
Pop up when it matters. I don't know, man. He's come up with some pretty clutch homers this postseason.
I mean, Stanton has, yeah.
Whoa, what are we doing there?
That was weird. Now the Dodgers said that Shohei will not pitch.
Well, yeah. Dude can't even lift his glove up.
Well, yeah, right now with the left shoulder issue, I bet that makes it even more challenging.
Yeah, you wouldn't even be able to catch the ball. The catcher would have to run the ball back to him every time because he wouldn't be able to get his glove up to catch it.
Yeah, you have to like hold it like waist high, like it's like a basket. Throw it here.
Yeah. What is that one with Jake? You see that one with Jake Peavy when he throws a pitch? It's like a borderline check swing. He goes to check to the third base umpire, and he's looking at him, and Posey drops it right in his glove.
Rizzo with the K. Yankees down to 3 outs, man. This might be the end of the road.
Wow, that was Blake Trinan slider is disgusting.
It is, but Rizzo's been swinging at him all series. Like he knows what they're going to throw him.
Yeah.
Boy, I think I think the Yankees are in trouble. Because you got the bottom of the order coming up. You need to get those guys to turn it around. I mean, although the bottom of the order has been good for you, but yeah. I don't think they got it.
Yeah. It's going to be tough.
They ain't got to hope for some walk-off magic tonight.
Yeah, I mean, there was definitely talks about Shohei possibly pitching.
Yep.
Or Robert said he's like, it wouldn't surprise me if he pitches. But after game 2, doing what he did to his shoulder, there's no possible way now. You're not.
Well, yeah, the Dodgers came out the day before the World Series and said Shohei absolutely will not pitch.
Yeah.
But it doesn't mean in an emergency you couldn't change your mind. But I think given his situation, they're not going to change their mind.
No. Where were we on this list? Oh, Dominic Brown. Oh, we were pretty much done with it.
Do we
Oh,
get through the
man.
list? Because we didn't do like any of the American League. Or not, we didn't get through all the American League.
I mean, there was guys in like the 40s that I had never heard of before. So I was like, man.
Oh, yeah, no, skip those. I won't get them.
Yeah. There was the Indians prospect that you probably could get.
From that 90s group, I'm guessing?
Yes, sir. Family name.
What?
Has a family name, meaning numerous of them played at the same time.
Molina?
Nope.
So back then it would have been
Before then.
Alomar?
Yep. Which one? No, not Roberto.
Say Sandy?
Yeah, Sandy, yeah. Yep, he was the prospect there. Rockies you might get.
Oh, Rockies.
Yeah, but played, I think, for the Nationals too at some point in his career.
John Juan gone, baby. So it's hard because like all the good players from the Rockies, none of them started there. They all got
third baseman and second baseman. Started with the Rockies in 2007, then went to the Cubs in 2012, and then the Angels in 2014. So kind of a short career. Did not live up to the hype, obviously.
Oh.
This might be a tough one, but you've definitely heard the name. Teoscar with a leadoff single. Yikes.
Yeah, the Dodgers, they're coming for it. Oh.
Let's see if I can give you any more clues here. He won no awards.
Great.
No All-Stars. It's Ian Stewart.
Oh yeah.
So,
I would not have thought of him.
No. He came up with big height. Also consider Todd Helton, Tulowitzki, and Dexter Fowler.
Yeah, I mean Tulo is the one that comes to mind for me when you said when you gave me the stats. I'm like, well, that ain't him.
No. Oh, Max Muncy, did he break it? Nope, right at Soda. It's crazy that Muncy had that streak of like 13 consecutive on base, and now he can't buy one.
No, exactly. He can't get on base.
Friggin' baseball, man. It's a cruel game.
It really is.
It's
He set
cruel.
the record for 12 consecutive times on base. Granted, it was like 8 walks because the Mets walked everybody in that series.
But still, he hasn't been on base in like...
He's been on base in 5 games.
Yeah.
Oh, John, no Jeff Francis in there. That's a good one.
That is a good one. The other Rockies that were under consideration were Mr. Todd Helton, Hall of Famer himself, Tulo, and then Dexter Fowler. That's the other 3 they said had some decent hype. This is all according to ESPN, by the way. And this article was written in 2020. So this guy was clearly bored. It was April 9th, 2020. Nothing going on.
He just got locked in.
Yeah.
He just got locked in.
Yeah.
He's like, well, I better find something to do to entertain myself.
Oh, here we go. Prospects that didn't 25 prospects that didn't meet the hype in the 2000s. The first one that you said, Harrison, Mark Apple.
Oh, so he did make a list somewhere.
Yep. Who did he get drafted by?
Kansas City?
It doesn't even say. It might have been. 2013.
That's right. It's APPEL.
Yep.
Drafted by the Astros.
Astros.
Oh, great. We just balked. That's cool.
How did he balk? Oh, his foot didn't come completely off the rubber, huh?
That's what I was trying to figure out is where did it go wrong?
I think it got caught. I think his toe was still on the rubber when he threw it over.
Oh, that makes sense.
Yeah, you have to completely disengage with the rubber.
Disengage.
Sean Burrows. Sean Burrows is on this list.
That's a good one. He was a huge prospect.
Yeah. Nick Johnson. The good old Yankees. Gavin Floyd. Oh, here's your boy, John Delman Young. Delman Young made this list. Jeremy Hermida. Andy LaRoche. Good one. Franklin Morales.
Oh, yeah.
And Travis Snyder. Those are some names that they had there. That's not 25. That just is, that's only like, there's more. This guy lied. Oh, because it's part one. Because it's part one. It's not the whole article. It's stupid. You got to find some trivia questions for me, Harrison. It's always me giving them out.
I know. I do need to find some good ones.
Yeah, this is, I'm sorry, Craig, but yeah. Yeah. Nice. Welcome, Jay. Yeah, Andy LaRoche left.
I have arrived.
Yeah. Yeah, Andy LaRoche left-handed.
Andy LaRoche?
Yeah, Braves. I think he played a little bit for the White Sox, right? If I remember right.
Yeah.
But it's definitely Braves. I remember that. Yeah, White Sox, Athletics.
I was going to say White Sox I remember too.
Yeah. Let's see. Oh,
and he had a brother too, right? There's another LaRoche, Adam LaRoche.
That's who I was thinking of.
Yeah, Adam LaRoche, who was Atlanta, Pittsburgh, Boston for 6 games.
So it's not the left-handed then. Andy LaRoche is different.
Yeah, so Adam LaRoche was the first baseman that batted left-handed.
Andy
LaRoche played middle infield, I think. Where did Andy LaRoche play? His third and second. And he was only in the league for like 5 years, 6 years.
Yeah.
Adam LaRoche had the longer career.
That's who I was thinking. And Adam LaRoche played for the White Sox, the Braves, and all them.
Yes. Yeah, Andy was Dodgers, Pittsburgh, Oakland, and done.
Yeah.
Played 1 game for the Toronto Blue Jays in 2013, and that was it.
Yeah, that doesn't count.
Yeah.
Although, if it was me, I would count it because that'd be the only game I ever played in. You can say you're a major leaguer.
You got to count them all. Got to count them all.
All right. Who is first alphabetically
Oh no.
out of the Baseball Hall of Fame members?
Is it? Oh, Hall of Fame members. It'll be Hank Aaron, right?
Yep. Who is last alphabetically for Hall of Fame?
Yes.
Nope.
Is there a Z?
There's no Z.
Oh no. Yount.
Yount. Yeah, good. Yep.
I was like, is there? It's like, no, I can. Yount would be after him.
Yeah. Yeah, Yount, Ross Youngs, and Cy Young are all like real close alphabetically, but
Yeah. Yeah, because I started going on the path of Cy Young, and I'm like, oh wait, now we're just like splitting final letters.
yeah.
But so Bueller is going to come in to get the last 3 outs. This is interesting.
Hank Aaron actually isn't in the whole list of Major League Baseball players to ever play. He's not first alphabetically.
Isn't it David Aardsma?
It is David Aardsma. Nice.
File that away in your random trivia bank.
And then
Longest last name in MLB history. It's got to be Saltalamacchia, right?
no,
be Jared Saltalamacchia.
it's not.
Well, it's Encarnacion Strand, right?
Yeah.
Now.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it was Jared Saltalamacchia.
And now
I think Encarnacion Strand is now longer.
Yeah, it's Christian Encarnacion Strand is now the longest.
I remember his jersey. It's like there's like U around the number.
Yeah.
It's freaking crazy.
And then the last one alphabetically, I don't think you would ever get this. From 2015, 2017, his name was Tony Zych. Z-Y-C-H.
Yeah, no. Nope.
He was a pitcher for
Wow,
Seattle.
that's a big out. That's a big out to get that K on Edmund right there.
Yep. Yeah, you
Leonard
got
Jr. He's been pretty good.
He has.
Yeah, and Saul, it was Jared Saltalamacchia, but a player came up, was it 2 years ago, Nick? Whose last name is Encarnacion - Strand, and his last name is now the longest one ever to appear on a uniform. But up until then, it was Saltalamacchia. Nice play by Jazz.
Yeah.
Adam LaRoche, big strikeout guy. Adam Dunn, huge strikeout guy. But he hit moonshots.
If your name is Adam, you strike out a lot.
Apparently, that's a thing. Adams and Aarons.
How about who do you think's the best Adam that you can think of?
Oh, boy.
I have one that I can think of. I love watching him play. The original Team USA in the WBC, the first one.
I mean, the one I think of is Waino.
That's a great one.
Yeah, I mean, I go to Adam Wainwright. You're thinking of Adam Jones.
Yeah.
Yeah, center field. That was in the WBC. I remember him making that catch, and it was like unreal.
Yeah. Adam Jones is a good one.
Yeah. Adam Eaton's a name that jumps out, but he was more of like a utility guy. Adam Kennedy, Adam LaRoche, Adam Duvall, Adam Dunn, Adam Ottavino.
Yep. I wouldn't put him in the top, but
No, just another Adam. But yeah, I would go Wainwright, but Adam Jones is a good one.
I think
Wasn't he like traveling the world and like playing randomly like in Japan?
I think there was something like that.
Yeah, something weird. I wonder if we'll see Wainwright come back to baseball. Pitching coach, instructor. Boy, oh boy, 3 outs. So it's Volpe, who, then Verdugo? Who's between them?
Wells.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Who would have thought this game would end up in the bottom of the 9th with the Yankees trailing?
With Walker Buehler on the mound.
Holy cow. This has been such a strange game. Buell's a little amped up. Threw that first one 96 miles per hour, straight in the dirt. Oh, good old Chris Taylor, still around. They barely use that guy. Do you think the Yankees will come back? I don't. I think they could, but I don't. This game has been so bad for them. I feel like this team is all out of answers.
I mean, that inning they gave up the 5. That's such a gut punch.
That's just backbreaking.
It really is, because it just takes you completely.
Craig's got the faith.
Yeah. Yes, the series is over is what he meant to say there. He didn't finish typing it out.
You're now interpreting for him. That's good.
Yeah.
Buehler 97. He's trying to He's trying to throw like a closer right now. He's overthrowing.
Yeah,
oh yeah,
Judge
the Judge catch, the Volpe throw, Cole not covering first. Like, what a disaster of an inning for them, and all self-inflicted wounds. Nope, yeah. Right to Muncy.
The best Jeffs in baseball. Jeff Kent, Jeff Nelson,
Bagwell.
Jeff Bagwell. Does Greg Jeffries count?
No.
Jeff Francoeur.
Oh, Francoeur. Jeff Conine. I don't think there's any. I mean, you got Jeff McNeil of the Mets right now. I wouldn't put him in that category, but
we did talk about this, John, at the very beginning. They are banned. They were banned for tonight. We just don't know if they're going to be allowed to be banned for next season too. Like, we don't know if it's banned for life or not. But they were refunded for Game 5, not the game they got booted out of. They don't get refunded for that. But it's unbelievable. There's no excuse for it.
Nope.
I don't care who you're.
They should be banned from every. They should be banned from every MLB ball, every baseball field, every MLB ballpark on the planet.
Yeah, anybody that does that, streaks, goes on the field, like touches a player like that, touches anybody like that, there should be repercussions. And until they start handing down heavy fines and heavy consequences, it's going to keep happening. And you know what's not helping is selling these baseballs for $10 million a piece. Not helping. Right? I mean, what is it? Shohei's 50th home run ball is going for $10 million or something like that right now.
It just sold for $4.4 million. The
Okay, 4.4.
most expensive ball that's ever sold. Period.
Unbelievable. 4.4 million for a baseball.
Yeah, was it 4.4 million? It literally just sold either yesterday or today.
Silly. But not that excuses what they did. But first of all, I'm glad they didn't get the ball. He got it out of the glove and it fell back on the field. So thank God they didn't
sold.
Get the ball.
Oh no, sorry, it sold a few days ago for 4.39 million.
No, so 4.4.
Yep.
Dirty
One
slider
out
by
away.
Buehler.
Yep.
That was filthy.
Well, if you had Dodgers in 5 on your card, then you look like a genius.
Wow.
Jay, I agree. And this game they had total control of it. They threw it away. They just threw it away. And I'm not a Yankees fan. Like, I feel disappointed for them to see it end that way. But that's just terrible.
Especially after the game last night, you come out and you punch the Dodgers in the mouth again with 5 runs right away.
Yeah.
It's yeah. See, we're with you 1,000%. Like, we feel like it has to be a lifetime ban. There's no excuse. I don't care how drunk you are. I don't care how sorry you are if you are, but they're not sorry. They came out and they were like, they were almost like making fun of it this morning. Like, and saying like, oh, we D up our section if a ball comes into our spot. We don't care who it comes in. Like,
that's it. Dodgers win the World Series.
Wow.
I cannot believe the Yankees threw that game away. I cannot believe it. I mean, and so you look at the Game 5 collapse, the Game 1 coaching decision. This has to be the end of the road for Aaron Boone.
I would say so, yes, but it would also not surprise me if they bring him back again. I mean, it's the Yankees. I don't know.
Yeah, because his contract is up. I think he's got a club option.
Yeah. Wow.
Is that the end of Soto and Pinstripes?
Dude, I think he's going to be a Met or he's going to be a friggin' Dodger next year. Could you imagine him in Dodger blue with that lineup?
I mean, if the Dodgers go and sign Juan Soto too, like, people are going to stop watching baseball.
It's true. They are.
Like, this is already a super team, and honestly, that's why I want to see them lose the World Series, just to prove that it's not all about how many players you can buy. But it is the end of the day.
Yeah, I would wonder if MLB
is one of the best teams money can buy.
Yeah,
yeah, John. Unfortunately, John, I think the primary owner was it Mark Walton's worth like $14 billion. So I don't think they're going to run out of money anytime soon. I don't think they're afraid of that. And they've already said that they're going to be in on Juan Soto. They're going to go evaluate all the free agents, and they're going to sign whoever they think they need.
Corbin Burns, I think, is a name thrown around.
Yeah, their plan is they want to win, or they want to be in and win every World Series the next 10 years. That's why they signed Otani to the massive deal that all these contracts sync up. They want to basically dominate the next 10 years. They're off to a good start.
Well, and they have to, because after the 10 years and they start paying Otani all that money, they're not going to have money.
No, they got close to $100 million in deferred money starting in 10 years. $100 million per year for like 5 or 6 years, and then it drops to like 85, and then it drops to 70 because it's only Otani, or 68. It's only Otani.
Oh, look, his shoulder looks fine now running. Yeah. Anyways, yeah, I wonder if the MLB would step in and say no to the Soto deal.
I don't think they can. That's the problem. Like, I don't think there's a mechanism or a precedent to do that.
You don't think so? You
I
don't
don't think
think
they
the
can step in
MLB
and
could?
say no, you can't sign. They don't approve those contracts. Like, they would have to actually go to the Dodgers and basically ask them, please don't sign that contract. I don't think they can block it. Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't know if they can block it.
I don't know. It's a good I might have to do some research on
John,
that.
so we started the podcast and the lockout happened. So we spent a lot of time talking about this. They need a floor and a ceiling.
Yes.
You need teams to spend a minimum amount, and you need a cap. And because the minimum amount will help make the cap not hurt so much because teams have to spend more money at the lower end. But this is insane.
And it has to be a hard cap with harsh penalties.
Yes, not like a little fine.
Yeah. It can't be like, oh, hey, it's a $5,000 fine if you go over the luxury tax. Like, no, it has to be like you lose draft picks for all of next year, or like you have to make it hurt. And until they do that, I mean, to give the MLB credit, there is a lot of parity. I mean, look, we haven't had a repeat winner in 25 years now.
Yeah, so, I think that's going to change, though. I think you're going to see the Dodgers run off a series of them.
I do too, especially considering their pitching staff hasn't been healthy. That's even the crazy part of this whole thing. It does need a salary. I think you could all around.
You could argue the Dodgers are going to be better next year when you get May back, Gonsolin back, Buehler for a whole year, Yamamoto for a whole year, Glasnow's back. Like, you've got an all-star pitching staff.
Yeah.
That's all hurt right now.
But not only do you need the salary cap, you also need to close the deferred money loophole. You have to close that somehow.
Yeah.
So you have to close. You can't have Shohei Otani making $2 million this year and not have his $70 million count toward the salary cap or the luxury tax threshold down.
Yeah, because the deferred money gets weighted out. So his contract is $70 million annual value. He's making $2 million in cash. It's only $43 million against the luxury tax because the deferred money stretches it out. So now it depletes the value of the contract on an annual basis. So they're only getting charged a little bit more than the Yankees get charged for Aaron Judge, and that's why they can go sign all these other players. That's the joke. Like, you see their payroll of like $217. Well, there's $30 million in deferred money to Shohei. There's $10 million in deferred money to Mookie. There's some to Freddie. Like that, their payroll is north of $300 million when you put that all back in. It's kind of a joke.
Oh, absolutely. I don't know what the actual owner vote would have to be to approve that. I'm not sure. I mean, I would imagine it'd have to be a majority, but I don't know if it has to be a 3/4 vote or whatever.
And the Players Association will fight that to the end of the world.
1,000%. Yeah.
And that's the hard part. Like, baseball has acknowledged the fact that we need to do something. The Players Association has fought that like crazy.
Yeah. All right. Here we go. Question for you, Harrison.
Shoot.
Is Juan Soto overrated? Overrated, rightly rated, underrated?
Juan Soto is the best hitter in baseball, period. End of story.
I'm with you. I don't think he's overrated at all.
No.
He hits for power. He's on base, an absolute ton. Can hit gaps, can hit singles. His contact's up. I think he is easily the top hitter in baseball right now. Overall hitter. I'm not saying he's the best power hitter. I'm not saying he's the best contact guy, but overall hitter, Juan Soto is definitely up there.
Of course, and he's 26 years old and only going to get better.
Yeah. Yeah. Freddie Freeman MVP, no doubt about
Has
it.
to be.
I mean, it's
Has to be.
unreal.
He'll be a Met next year. I think Steve Cohen's going to back up the truck and give him whatever he wants.
Steve Cohen is going to overpay for Juan Soto next year. There's no doubt in my mind. And if he doesn't overpay, he's going to drive that price up for somebody else.
Yes.
Steve Cohen's going to make it really hard for somebody else to buy Juan Soto next year if it's not him. So, but I only think there's 3 places Soto could end up. New York, or LA. I don't think there's any other market that could afford him or would even think about trying to sign him.
Yeah, Seattle can't do it. Chicago probably couldn't do it. I mean, that's going to be a big contract. It's going to be a
Phillies?
$40-45 million a year contract.
Phillies probably not. Maybe. What are the Phillies like money-wise?
I think they're about as far as they can go. They just re-signed Nola. They've got
Wheeler.
They've got big commitments to Wheeler, big commitments to Harper. Realmuto's got a couple more years on his deal.
Yeah.
You brought in, I think they've got some inexpensive guys that are going to fall off, but I don't know if the Phillies have a lot of payroll flexibility.
Yeah. I think it's New York, or LA. I just those are the only 3 I can see forking over the cash for him. Really. I mean, and unless some team gets crazy creative, I don't see it. But
no, I don't.
And Juan Soto probably wants to go and play for a contender. I mean, yes, he's 26, but I don't think he wants to go and play for the Miami Marlins for the next 14 years.
No, he's gonna take top dollar from the team that's got the best path to a World Series.
Yeah,
and that's why I think the Mets are a tough one, because I think it's, he's gotta ask, like, are they gonna be there? Like, are they gonna be there again, or is this just like a lucky season?
Yeah. Well, the Mets have a lot of work to do in the offseason because you got Alonso's contract's up, Severino's contract's up. So you got to get more pitching in there. Are you going to get some more hitters in there to surround Lindor, especially with the status unknown of Alonso? Does Alonso take a hometown discount if Soto goes there? Does Alonso wait for Soto to sign and then make his decision? See, I literally just said that. Yeah. I think Alonso will wait and see what Soto gets on the open market and where he goes, and then make a decision. Because if Soto ends up as a Met, I think Alonso takes less to stay as a Met. That's just my own personal opinion. I have nothing to base it on, but
no,
I think
I feel the same way. I think there's 3 likely landing spots for Alonso. It's the Mets, the Cardinals, and the Mariners. I think those are 3 teams that make a lot of sense for him. I think where he is a Mets fan, he was always a Mets fan. That's his hometown team. I think he'd rather be with the Mets, but I think he's going to look at what happens to Soto. If Soto goes to New York, if Soto goes to Mets, I think Alonso calls him and says, "Hey, I want to come back. Let's make a deal." If he doesn't, I think Alonso tests the market, see how much money he can make.
Yeah, I don't agree with that. Yeah, I mean, I do agree with that.
Well, geez, thanks, Nick. Appreciate it.
Yeah, sorry. No, and the emergence. We're clicking the same comment, Harrison. Yeah. Vientos was a huge piece of that, and a nice surprise for the Mets. Brett Beatty came up mid-year. They gave him a couple of chances to stay up with a big club. Just couldn't quite cut it. They send him down. Vientos comes up, puts his stamp on the team. Vientos is here to stay. That kid's the real deal. That kid was fun to watch. A's might be in the running for $200K and a free soda from the vending machines.
And I think, Carl, this is a good point. Steve Cohen is a fan and an owner with a lot of money. And and Steve Cohen is also in the process right now of divesting some of the things that he's got his money tied up in, because I think I think his intention is to go make some big moves in free agency, because as a fan, he wants to see them win. And as an owner, he's got the money to make it happen. And
Yeah,
I think the owner who's also a fan is a different scenario than your typical professional owner.
yeah, and he's already proven he'll drop the cash. I mean, look at what he did
Yeah.
last year, and he goes, "Oh crap, it didn't work. Oh, I'll blow it up. We'll try it again.
Yeah,
Like
he
we'll have
paid
a
them all to go
rebuild."
away.
Yeah, exactly. So he'll do it again. Craig, this is a great question. I don't know. I don't know because if they fire Boone, you know who else I think might be going with him is Cashman. I think that might be a package deal there. Maybe.
I agree to a certain extent, but I think that Cashman's going to say, "Well, I took you to a World Series. He just couldn't manage us through it." I mean, Cashman may get a bit of a reprieve.
But Cashman didn't build a bullpen.
Well, no, that is
He
true.
didn't build a pitching staff. Boone can only work with what he's got, and he didn't have starting pitching, and he didn't have a bullpen. I mean, yes, you have Cole. Yes, you have Rodon. Cashman got you Stroman, stinks, which didn't even see in the postseason, and
He's on the roster. I never saw him.
Cortez is not an answer either. So
this place is empty right now as we're getting ready to present the trophy.
Yeah. So
it's like 2020.
I don't think necessarily Boone is out because they lost the World Series, Carl. I think he's out because of the decisions he's made in the last few seasons, and this is kind of the straw that broke the camel's back.
Yeah, it's how they lost.
The game one mismanagement, bringing in Cortez, who hadn't pitched in a month. There's that. His in-game management throughout his whole career. We've sat here on this show for 3 years and have torn him apart for his management of bullpens in game, in the regular season, postseason, whatever.
In game one, he took Torres out and he put what was it, Cabrera or Peraza that went into in its second. Couldn't handle the ground ball. Okay. Cabrera couldn't handle the ground ball that would have at least gotten the out at second, that would have prevented the bases from being loaded. Then he brought in Cortez. You look in this game, the defensive lapses, Cole not covering first, like Cole knows better than that. Like they're going to point at coaching. I think he made some other kind of questionable bullpen decisions along the way. Like I don't think Boone gets fired because he lost. I think you could argue he didn't manage very well here. And the Yankees need to question, is he really the guy that's going to get you there? Because Cashman built a roster at least good enough to get there. Yeah. However, they also had a really easy path to the World Series because the Astros and Orioles immediately got knocked out. And all they had left was the Royals and Guardians, which, no offense to the Royals and Guardians, great teams, but they're not at that level.
Yeah, and I don't need a rah-rah guy on the bench, but looking at Aaron Boone's face tonight was just telling me that he didn't want to be there anymore. Like he was almost done with it. Did it not? Did you get that feeling? And that's me not. I'm not. Yeah, I don't have a dog in this.
Body language. No, well, it's the thing. Like we're not fans of the Yankees or the Dodgers, so we don't. We can just share an opinion. But we said it an hour and a half ago, and I think Craig said it looked like his dog died, but like his body language is just bad. Like he looked uncomfortable. He's spitting his seeds. He's drinking his water. He's looking around like he's completely like out of touch with what's going on. And we've had to ask ourselves, can he get it done too many times for the organization to not be thinking the same thing? We're just a couple of schmoes talking about baseball on YouTube. Like, and if we see it, who else sees it?
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. I think he makes really bad decisions. Like he took Cole out in game one with, what was it, 87 pitches or 78 pitches? Maybe I'm dyslexic.
Yeah, it was below 80, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, he could have gone another inning or two. You took him out, brought the bullpen in, you ended up in a tie game. Like he consistently does stuff that makes you go, like, are you watching the same game as we are? Yeah. The bullpen. We've talked about the bullpen games thing for like the last 3 weeks. I can't stand these bullpen games I think the sad reality of it is we saw all these bullpen games from the Dodgers because they didn't have more than 3 starters. That's all they had. They had Walker Buehler, who's coming back from injury. Yamamoto, they were kind of ramping back up from injury. And Jack Flaherty, who they traded for, because Glasnow's hurt, Kershaw's hurt, Gonsolin's hurt, May's hurt. I mean, everybody else is hurt. So I think the Dodgers did it out of necessity because they had literally nobody else to pitch.
Right.
I mean, Stone, I guess but didn't he get hurt?
Yes. Down the stretch, I think he got hurt too.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's out of necessity for the Dodgers this postseason, but teams are leaning towards the bullpen games because of analytics, and that's what it is. Like, it's not about feeling the game anymore. It like Roberts, I thought, actually did a great job this postseason about like kind of feeling the game and taking analytics into it. He managed it beautifully this whole postseason. He did.
Yeah, I think
in years past he hasn't.
We've railed on Roberts for terrible decisions in the past. He did handle the playoffs well. Oh, good. Freddie's going to get his MVP.
Yeah, I mean, that dude is
obviously
insane.
He damn near outscored the Yankees by himself.
Yeah.
Wild.
Yeah.
All right, we're going to get back into this topic here, Nick. So Nick and I during Game 2 we debated the White Sox. So here's let me quickly summarize the whole White Sox situation. The White Sox have no talent on the roster. They're 24th. They have the 24th ranked minor league system. The only way the White Sox turn this around is they need to find that one player who will come there to prove it's worth coming there to draw other players in. The problem with that is you got to find the one player that wants to go there, and you got to way overpay them to get them to do it. A guy like Soto is going to look at that situation and go, I do not want to rebuild. I'm going to go get paid somewhere else and go win. But the White Sox are going to have to find that one person, push that first domino down. Somebody's got to be the first person in to say, yeah, I'm going to commit to this rebuild. And once you do that and you start to show some signs of life and improvement, you'll see other players come. But you've got to get one, and then you got to get two. And the hard part is that getting that process started coming off of 41 wins is going to be really, really freaking hard. So like we were batting a scenario around of like, do they go get Corbin Burns and somebody else? Like, do you overpay the crap out of those guys and get them to come? But like, why would they go there? Like, why would you go to a team that has like no hope for help?
Like
why would Reinsdorf spend the money if they're still not going to win?
Right. If I'm Corbin Burns and I get an offer from, let's say, the Orioles to stay for $25 million a year, but the White Sox are going to offer me, let's say, $35 million a year, is that $10 million gonna suck up the fact that I'm going to go and record a 15 ERA because they suck and you can't win with that team? I don't know. I don't know if I'm taking that $10 million extra dollars. I mean, I would, because I'm just a Joe Schmo on the street. But I'm saying I don't think I just don't think overpaying a guy is gonna do it. Like, you have to. This is going to be a long, like, tedious process for the White Sox to rebuild, and they have to rebuild from the farm up. No one's going to go there and play. Exactly. That's
exactly what the Orioles did. The Orioles sucked for a decade, and then started to bring these young pieces up, and now all of a sudden you look around, that lineup is full of young homegrown talent. But the problem is you have to hit on the draft for a lot of years in a row. And if you draft somebody this year, you're not going to see them for 4 or 5 years. So, like, to Craig's point, if you do it through the draft, you got to hit on almost every pick. And then you got to be prepared to suck until 2030. Like, just buckle in. We're going to be horrendous until 2030.
Yeah. What about this one, Harrison?
Maybe that's okay. To the Blue Jays? I can't see him going to the Blue Jays. I don't see Juan Soto wanting to go. I don't see Juan Soto wanting to go play in Canada. I don't see him wanting to go play in a dome on artificial turf. I don't think that's a place that he would want to go to.
That organization. So
They need
disclaimer,
pitching more than they need Soto.
I and that's even crazy to me because they have a decent rotation. I don't get it.
Well, I think losing Alek Manoah
The
because he
way
forgot
they
how to
did.
pitch, the way they did, like the quick and abrupt way he just kind of like fell off the map. I think that hurt them because they had a line, they had a rotation built, and then it kind of imploded, and then that guy was a Cy Young candidate, and then all of a sudden he was gone.
Okay, so you're joking around, but still, like the Blue Jays should still be better than they are. Like on paper, they don't look bad. Like you got
No,
Gossman, you have good Barrios, you have good pitching. Okay, bullpen needs some help, but
yeah, you had Bassett who had a good season. Like
right,
you got talent there.
yeah. And I actually picked them to make a wild card spot this year, like way back in the preseason, because I'm thinking like at some point they have to turn the corner here and be decent. But if you're saying they don't have a good bullpen, I didn't watch many Blue Jay games this year, but I don't know, man. I don't know what their answer is. Do you think just building a bullpen makes them better? I don't know.
Well, I think the Blue Jays had all kinds of issues this year. The offense was inconsistent. The starting pitching was generally good. They had some holes at the back end of that rotation, and then the bullpen was not good. But with that core of, I mean, you got Vladdy, you got Bichette, you got Springer, you had Alejandro Kirk who took a huge step back this year. That hurt.
Yeah.
You
David
had
Schneider came out of nowhere.
who's the
He had a
young
decent,
kid that threw like who's the young kid that threw like two or three straight one hitters?
oh,
Bowden Francis.
yeah, yes,
Is that his
Bowden
name?
Francis. Yep.
Yeah, kids lights out. Like you've got pieces coming. Like you got things that are going to help you, but you're just not the whole. They can't put the whole puzzle together yet
Yep.
for whatever reason. Well, Jay, yeah, your list is easy. Everything you need a healthy Mike Trout. Start there, and then
A
you need
new
everything else.
a new owner.
Yeah, and the
Yeah.
Blue Jays. The Blue Jays. I think the starting pitching for the Blue Jays is not a problem. You're right. You do have a couple of offensive stars. You need some relievers, and they just need to make sense of it all. They've got to find a way to make that team play better. Bowden Francis is nasty.
Yeah.
He
He's
is
gross.
nasty.
He's gross.
I mean, so I think the Blue Jays aren't as far away as it seems given their record.
Well,
They just have to fill the last couple holes, and you can't have a guy like Alejandro Kirk who you're going to rely on completely like suck
and
when
I
he was
know,
such a big part of your offense.
yeah, I know I kind of got laughed out of the building when I chose them to make a wild card, but I'm just like, at some point, they're gonna have to turn the page and get going. That's what I was thinking, but they just
Yeah,
can't get
Jay,
any traction.
you're dead wrong. You've got a third baseman. Rendon is a star for 30 games a season.
Baseball's just a job, man.
Yeah, Jay, as an Angels fan, do you just want to like? Does Anthony Rendon drive you as crazy as he drives us crazy? We're not even Angels fans. I can't stand that guy. No, you're
Yeah.
right. The Blue Jays had there was a strong feeling that the Blue Jays were going to be better than they ended up being.
Yeah, at least compete for the wild card spot. I picked my Red Sox to be dead last in the AL East this year, not expecting anything out of them. I thought it was going to be a four horse race between Baltimore. The Rays are always there, no matter what team they field. The Rays, the Yankees, Orioles, and Blue Jays. I thought it was going to be those four teams, and I somehow the Red Sox came out and competed for a little bit, but man,
Yeah, the one thing I can appreciate about Rendon, Jay, is that he doesn't hide it.
yeah,
It's
he
a
tells
job. He's
everybody,
just there.
yeah,
He's just there to get paid.
yeah, I'm just here so I don't
Okay,
get fined. The Teo trade, that's a big one too. I
that's a
forgot. Yeah,
that's a big one because it was what it was it to Seattle? He went straight to Seattle and
Seattle.
then was a
So,
free agent.
how do you feel about the Lourdes Gurriel and Gabby Moreno trade for Dalton Varsho? How do you feel about that one?
Yeah, as
Because
Moreno gets better, that one feels a little one-sided. But Varsho's
yeah,
no slouch. I mean, He's not a you got a good player, but you gave up
No,
what
but
feels like a lot.
and Gurriel is comfortable in Arizona too. He plays really well down there as well.
Yeah.
So
But I mean,
yeah,
you think about that Blue Jays team. You had Gurriel, you had Teoscar Hernandez, you had a
Gabby
healthy Alek
Moreno.
Manoah. Like you had
Yeah.
Gavin Moreno in the pipeline. I shouldn't say healthy Alek Manoah. You had Alek Manoah who still knew how to pitch.
Yeah. I just
And
I don't
what
know.
is the feeling? Okay, like Varsha, we should have traded Kirk. I mean,
That's
I think
hard because
Kirk.
Kirk hit 321 that year or
I
something like
know.
that. So it's like,
I think Kirk had an off season this past year. I would give him the benefit of the doubt and think he'll be better next year. I mean, I don't think 321 is his standard, but he's not where he finished this year. But when you look at the Blue Jays, like as a Blue Jays fan, is there any hope for Alek Manoah? Like, will you ever see Manoah, or
I'm not
is it done? Is it over for him?
I'm not a Blue Jays fan, and it's over for him. Yeah. Oh, I mean, Varsho's a Gold Glove magnet. That dude
He's
can
a
play
finalist this
anywhere.
year again, right?
Yeah, probably utility. Like he was the first one to get it for two positions, I think, outfield and utility. Crazy.
Yeah, I think you're right. Kirk had some benefits. I think it's a tale of two seasons. I think the 321 season, he had a lot of things go his way. This year, a lot of things not go his way. I think he's somewhere in the middle. He's not as bad as he was this year, but he's not a 321 hitter. But if you can get anything more than like 260 out of a catcher, you're better off than 28 teams out there.
So it wasn't 321. His highest like full season average was in 22 at 285. He hit 375, but that
Oh
was in
yeah,
20.
that's right.
But that was in 2020 in 9 games. So that
It doesn't count.
no.
That's right.
So 285 is his highest season total. But still, like you said, if you're getting over 260 for a catcher, you're having a good year.
You're golden. I mean, catchers are not built for offense, and the fact that he was also like a doubles machine too.
Yeah.
That you don't see that at that spot very much. We gave up a Manoah halfway through 23.
Yeah.
That's fair.
It's
You had to
brutal.
send him back to Florida to like learn how to pitch again. It's strange.
Yeah. I don't know. Like I had a lot more faith in them in the preseason because of the names that we've been throwing around. It's like, all right, like on paper, this team looks like they should be able to compete, but
he is slower than death. I would totally agree.
yeah.
There is no foot speed there.
Yeah.
I mean, he's the guy that will turn a double into a single any day.
Yeah, that happens. But man. So Dodgers 2024 World Series champs. Do they come back and repeat?
Oh, Jay, we're still going to talk baseball. Now we're gonna start talking hot stove. We're gonna talk postseason awards. We're gonna start talking how teams look going into the next year. We're gonna mix in some trivia. Like we talk baseball 12 months out of the year. If you like baseball, we're the place to be.
We have themes coming up too. Like we're gonna put together like our top 5 best players that are opposite-handed of their hitting stance. So if they hit only righty, they throw lefty. Like switch. Like we have tons of stuff. A trivia contest show. We're thinking top 1 season wonders. Yeah, we have tons of stuff.
We'll go back
Free
over big
agent
moments from this
show.
past year. Yeah, we'll talk about big moments from this past year. We'll run some highlights. Like it's all baseball for us all year.
Yeah. So you'll see a little bit. We'll probably do like some, we'll recap the World Series on Monday. We'll talk about our predictions for awards. Probably talk more in depth about the fan interference and stuff like that in Game 4, and just kind of break down the season. But yeah.
Anyway, so you asked with the Dodgers. I think, and I said a little bit ago, I think the Dodgers are built to be in and win the World Series the next like 10 years. Like
I would agree with that.
I think the Dodgers are going to be better next year. I think they're probably going to be back next year. I think they've got a great chance to win it again next year. When you can run out 3 MVPs at the top of your lineup, you've got 5 or 6 starters that are absolutely rock solid. I don't think Flaherty comes back. He probably moves on. But you're going to get everybody else back. You're going to have Gonsolin, May, Kershaw, Yamamoto, Glasnow. You got your rotation already intact. Almost all your bullpens back. Maybe you do sign Flaherty. Who knows? You've got that lineup still largely intact. I think Teoscar will come back because he'll want to come back and run it back with this group. I mean, you're going to basically roll the same team out with a significantly better starting pitching group. A healthy Walker Buehler for the whole year. Like, the Dodgers are going to be better.
Walker Buehler's a free agent.
He'll come back. There's no way he's going to leave.
You think so?
And I think for him, his market's I shouldn't say only, but his best market's going to be in LA. They know him. He's homegrown. I think he's back in LA.
Yeah. All right. Before we go, run down your division winners for next year.
Oh my goodness, we don't have rosters yet.
Way too early predictions for next year.
Oh my goodness. All right. AL East, we're gonna go Orioles. AL Central, I'm going Royals. AL West, I'm going the Astros because it's them until it's not. NL West, Dodgers. NL Central, I'm gonna go Cubs because I think they're gonna get Burns because the relationship with Council. AL East, I think the Braves are gonna be back.
Okay. I'm gonna go Red Sox in the East. Not gonna happen, but I'm going Red Sox in the East. Central, jeez. I'm gonna go with the Tigers. I think they're gonna get a number 2. And I think that young group's only gonna get better. I'm gonna go Tigers there. That's kind of an outside pick. I'm gonna go with you in the AL West. That division's a mess right now. I think it's the Astros until it's not.
I will say I do asterisk the fact that the Rangers are going to be fully healthy, and I'll be curious what that looks like.
It's not going to be the Red Sox, so you're not going to have to worry about it. Dude.
It won't be.
It won't be. I'm going to go NL West. I hate to pick against my D-backs, but I think it's going to be the Dodgers out there. NL Central, you ready for this one? I'm taking Terry Francona and the Cincinnati Reds.
I like the pick. I think it's a year too early, but I like the pick.
I do too.
I think Tito needs a year to get that all sorted out.
I mean, the Brewers are always win, and then they lose in the first round.
I know.
But
I think the Cubs are going to. I think Corbin Burns, because the relationship with Council ends up in Chicago. You give them a top tier starter to go with Justin Steele,
and
then you get Imanaga, and you get that lineup healthy.
You imagine going lefty right there with Steele, Burns, and Imanaga. Whew. Crazy. And then what do I got? NL East. Yeek. The Braves were just bitten so hard by the injury bug this year. It's so hard.
I think Jay and I have all the same ones except for the Rangers out west, which I think the Rangers to me are number 2. I think it's Astros Rangers.
I'm gonna go Phillies in the East. I think again.
So we can see another Red October for 3 days.
Yeah, I think their pitching staff's just so much better.
It is.
And that team just puts up runs. And the Braves just got 2 injured this year. And I'm going Phillies there. So Phillies, Reds, Dodgers, Red Sox, Tigers, Astros for me. So
you said Red Sox, and I immediately just tuned out. I'm like, nope, the rest of this is going to be bogus.
Yeah, well, you're right. I just don't want to pick the Yankees, and I don't want to pick the Orioles because you did.
Yeah, there's never too many people in the chat. We love more people. We love talking baseball. Never too many.
Yeah. Yeah. See, I love my D-backs. They're such a fun team to watch. Like they are my West Coast team. I watch them all the time. I think I watched more D-backs games than I did Red Sox games this year. But yeah, I think you're right. The bottom of their lineup, there's some outs in the bottom of their lineup. You're completely right. Brandon Marsh is not the answer there. Who's their center fielder? Rojas? Like, yeah, no,
It depends on the night.
Yeah. So I don't know. It's crazy.
I mean, because you look around that you got Bohm and Turner and Stott and Harper and Real Muto, Castellanos. Like, that's a rock solid lineup. And then you're like, Marsh, meh.
Yeah.
And then it was Pache and Rojas playing center field for you.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you got Stott. Bohm kind of fell off a little bit towards the second half.
And and they even benched him in the playoffs, didn't they?
Yeah.
For a game. And I will say the Phillies, and we said this going into the playoffs, one of the wild cards of the Phillies was their bullpen, and their bullpen did let them down in the playoffs. They do need to figure out. They probably need They probably need a bullpen arm, or a better sequence, because that bullpen is so Jekyll and Hyde.
Yeah. Well, any bullpen with Craig Kimbrell, and it's a Jekyll and Hyde bullpen, but
yeah, fair. Oh, Jay, you're a Bears fan and an Angels fan? Do you just hate life?
My God.
Oh, man.
That's brutal.
Man, my uncle is a huge Bears fan, and like, I feel for you folks. Because they are not good. And they haven't been for a long time.
Yeah. They were all excited
that one Super Bowl run with Grossman.
Yeah. Dang.
That's a lot of champagne flying around that clubhouse.
Yeah.
Who's paying the cleaning bill?
Not me.
I thought you might appreciate that.
Yeah. Nice.
Oh, all right. I got it.
All right.
Fair enough.
All right.
All right. So real quick, Nick, final thoughts on the World Series. What's your final thought?
My final thought was it didn't live up to the billing I thought it was going to be. We got glimpses of it, but I thought it was going to be a all-out drag-down fist fight, and it really wasn't. It was an absolute shellacking by the Dodgers.
Yep. I think my final takeaway is that the Yankees are who we thought they were earlier in the season. They were not that good a team. They were too reliant on their offense to carry them. And they ultimately were not good enough to win the series. They don't match up. They don't match up as well as we thought.
I mean, this isn't wrong.
Yeah.
And
it's not wrong.
Think about when the Yankees actually scored their runs. Who got hits finally? Judge. Like, Judge is the leader of that team. If he's not hitting, they're not hitting. Yeah. If they're not hitting, he's not hitting. When he's hitting, they're hitting. Like, it's legit. Ooh, Stanton for a Hall of Fame. That's an interesting take.
Oh. All right.
But
Drew, yes. We agree.
I'm with you.
We said that after game 2, like, we would have rather seen the Guardians because they would have actually played a whole lot better and would have made this a more interesting series.
And they have the deeper pitching staff, the deeper bullpen. I think they could have definitely played a little bit better. And we like the Guardians gameplay. Like, it is just, they contact you to death. And it would have drove that Dodgers pitching staff crazy. But we agree. I think they would have been a better matchup. But
yeah, the Yankees didn't have it. They didn't play well. They didn't look good. I think that's all it was. We said it back in April. You know, we don't think the Yankees are as good as it seems, and they proved us right. They were just not at that level.
Yeah, I mean, there's no doubt they have the talent to, but again, like, beginning of the year, they were living and dying by the 3-run bomb, and it showed again in this series. Like, they live and die by the home run. which I mean a lot of teams do now, but it helps when Freddie Freeman hits 5 of them. So
Yeah, and I agree. I think Stanton showed the fact that like when he's healthy, he still can get it done. We also saw the fact he can't run at all, but
you
he
don't
can
need
still
to
hit.
when he hits it 600 feet, right?
Right. He can still hit, and I think that you kind of forget that because he's been in and out so much, but definitely still has something to give.
Yeah. So yeah. All right. So before we wrap it up for the World Series, we will be on every Monday. We might have sporadic times where we hop on live throughout the off season. If like there's a big story that breaks or whatever, we might hop on. So keep your eye out. But every Monday at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, we're on. I know you guys are all over the country here. But Eastern Standard Time, 8 o'clock, 8 p.m. every Monday, we are on. And it's hot topics, it's trades, it's free agency, trivia, whatever we decide to put together for the week, we will be on all off season. So come tune in. We love the chat. So keep bringing the chat, bring anything baseball related. We'll look at it. We'll put it on the show. And we love the interaction. So good luck with that. I hope you guys do. It'll be awesome.
I hope you're right, because if he ends up in Los Angeles with the Dodgers, I'm going to be sick to my stomach.
Yeah. So yeah, just keep coming back, keep throwing in the chat. We love it. 670 million is a prediction. I said 600, but
yeah, Spot Track has it at 14 years, 530. I think it's between 560 and 600.
Yeah, I'm with you. So all right, that's gonna do it for us here. Thanks for tuning in and watching the game with us and joining us in the chat. It was a lot of fun. And we'll see you Monday night, 8 p.m.